Shalom, people. It is Sunday, 10:38 in the p.m. on what is it? April 19th. This is New Jersey Ride. I'm Brother Diaki. You already know. We out here. Thank you for riding with me. I appreciate you. If you're at work, have a great rest of your day. Don't work too hard to do your job. If you're just getting home, rest up. You'll be back at the plantation before you know it. Shout outs to everybody who's working overnight tonight. Everybody at the hospitals, because I always forget them. Particularly everybody doing Lyft, Uber, and Via, and whatever other rideshare platform there is. Those of you who are out here hustling. All cab drivers, limo drivers, bus drivers, light rail operators, train engineers and their conductors, and truck drivers. Thank you for your service. Shout outs to law enforcement, EMT, everybody at FedEx, UPS, the post office, and Amazon. Big up yourselves. Like I said, everybody at the hospital, emergency services. They work hard. They deserve more money, more respect. Who else? Did I forget anybody? 24-hour gas stations, 24-hour convenience stores. Like here we call them Quick Checks and Wawas and 7-Elevens. And a few others that be tied to the gas stations, like the Shells, the BPs, the Exxons, the Mobiles. Tonight I'm in the mood. Because all the shit that's going on this earth and people are unawares, and fuck them, right? You want to be unawares, you want to be obtuse, willfully, ignorant, act like everything's all right. But I'm offended by the entitlement of certain people, certain groups of people. I don't know why I do it to myself. I was watching some bullshit on social media about The View, and I'm on the record as saying fuck the cackling hands. If it wasn't for Whoopi Goldberg, that show wouldn't be shit. And there's one particular cackling hen on there, Joy Bahar, whatever her name is. That bitch there, holy shit. I'd like to smack fire out. I wouldn't, but I'd like to. She's a condescending cunt. No one too. Like it's a disease amongst white people, I think, to be that condescending, that entitled to their piece of shit opinion like it's a fact. It's just an opinion. Now, I don't watch The View, but I do get clips on my social media whenever Joy Behar is being a cunt. And that bitch is a cunt most of the time. And yes, I'm saying it out loud on this day. Joy Behar is a fucking white privileged cunt. Like she speaks so matter of factly, like her shit don't stink. I can't stand that bitch. I don't know who can, but I can't stand it. So fuck Joy Behar. Um, and like I said, if it wasn't for our sister, Whoopi Goldberg, who in her own right is you know what, that's our sister, so I ain't gonna say nothing bad about her. But she playing the game, and I ain't mad at her. Play the game. I don't like the fact that they made her buck dance when she said that Germans killing Jews was white people behaving badly. That's true shit. That has no comparison to the transatlantic slave trade, the sub-Saharan slave trade, the Silk Road slave trade, or the Spice Road slave trade. It has nothing to, no comparison. They want us to believe that shit, but it doesn't. Hitler killed what, 6 million? Leopold killed 10 million. Columbus and his cohorts from Spain, hundreds of millions. And they'll lie and say, no, there wasn't that many people. Fuck you. Your narrative has been exposed. You're liars. You're the devil. All of you. Spain, France, Portugal, England, Denmark, Spain, Germany, France, all you fucking Caucasoids. You're all fucking liars. And you will tell a lie to support your narrative, and you will beat that lie into people until they start repeating it. Cat's out the bag now. And we people, today alive today, the people alive today, we don't believe your bullshit. We don't buy it anymore. And we ain't scared of you motherfuckers. We ain't scared. I ain't. I'll be nice. I'll play nice. But fuck you. Every man, woman, and child of you until you prove otherwise. And I know white people that are good white folk, you know. But as a collective, as a group of people, you're the fucking devil. There's some among you that's good folk. I feel about you the way you feel about us. In total. You can't stand us, I can't stand y'all. I think we can't stand y'all. And then the problem with us is that there's no unity in us. Black, brown, which is crazy. We call ourselves by colors. You fuckers do too, white. You fucking white people, right? Stupid asses. But the reality is that there's a wedge in this country and on earth. And soon it's going to come to an end. And it won't be now. And this is why you think people think God is with you, because he hasn't done anything to correct your ill behavior, particularly against his people. And I'm not talking about the Zionists who currently occupy Israel. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about God's people, the children of Israel. Those people in Israel today are not the children of Israel. They are not the bloodline of Israel. Are they the Jews? Sure, they're the Jews. Why not? Why not? If a man can call himself a woman and a woman can call herself a man, they can call themselves Jews. But none of the shit that they practice is biblical. I mean, as far as outward practice, they're Talmudic, not Torah, not Tanakh. They follow the traditions of their rabbis, and their rabbis are racists. They hate people, all people. If you're not them, you're their chattel. This is in their Talmud. They'll say, no, it's not there. Bullshit, debug. Get the fuck out of here. I've read it. The old books, I've read them. I read all your little nasty little secrets. And I know the hand you played in everything on this earth. Mel Gibson was right. And again, I'm not saying you motherfuckers ain't Jews. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you're not Jewish. You are Jewish. What I'm saying is you're not Israelites. You're not the Israelites. You're not the tribes. You're the 13th tribe. You're the people who moved in after, and you moved in during the Babylonian captivity. And I think it was King Cyrus who told you I get the hell out when he sent them back under Nehemiah. You gotta go, get the fuck out. But y'all couldn't wait to take the land. You always wanted the land. Now you got it. Good luck though, because when Christ come back, your time is done. And that's the time for all of you who have taken both kingdoms and call yourself by God's name. Whether that be Christian or Jewish. When Christ returns, you motherfuckers is in a world of hurt. I mean, a whole bunch of people are in the world of hurt. Shit, the Israelites are in the world of hurt. 2/3 of Israelites are going to die with the heathen. That's both northern kingdom of Israel and southern kingdom of Judea. We don't give a shit. And I can say all of this because I am northern kingdom. I am of the tribe of Ephraim, of the house of Joseph, of the children of Israel. So I can say whatever the fuck I want to say, just like Jewish fuckers can say whatever they want to say, because we are God's chosen people. Muting up. Hello, how are you?
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. "51st Street, Weehawken"?
Yes.
Got it.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Just ahead, turn left on Kingsland Road using the left lane. Turn left on Kingsland Road. In a quarter mile, make a sharp right turn on Passaic Avenue. Make a sharp right turn on Passaic Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right on State Route 3 using the right lane. Turn right on State Route 3. Sometimes people have to stay on emergency police.
This is DW News, and these are our top stories. President Donald Trump says US negotiators will arrive in Pakistan on Monday for more talks with Iran. The current ceasefire is due to expire on Wednesday. According to Truth Social, Trump accused Iran of violating the truce by firing on ships. He also repeated his threats to destroy Iran's infrastructure. Iranian state media say Tehran may refuse to send a delegation because the US is blockading its ports. The French President Emmanuel Macron is to meet Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaz Salam in Paris. France has blamed the militant group Hezbollah for an ambush on UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon, which killed one French urged Lebanon to identify and prosecute those responsible. Bulgaria's pro-Russian former president Rumen Radev is heading for a landslide election victory. The previous conservative-led government resigned following mass anti-corruption protests last year. Radev campaigned stability. It was Bulgaria's 8th election in 5 years.
BBC News with Linda Harding. President Trump says the United States has seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship that was trying to escape America's naval blockade. He said a US destroyer blew a hole in the vessel's engine room when it refused to stop in the Gulf of Oman. US Central Command said the crew had failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period. It released a video showing what had happened. The US military's video then showed a gun being fired at a ship in the distance. Iran says it will retaliate. Iranian state media say Tehran's negotiators have no current plans to attend peace talks with the United States in Pakistan on Monday. Unnamed Iranian officials blamed the American naval blockade and what they called excessive demands. The BBC's chief international correspondent Liz Doucette has been allowed to report from the Iranian capital on condition her material is not broadcast on BBC Persian.
Media here, aligned to the powerful Islamic Revolutionary Guard, say that no decision to attend will be taken as long as the U.S. naval blockade of Iran's ports remained in force. Iran continues to be very, very cautious and very suspicious, not wanting to be taken by surprise again. And that is one of the reasons why it had insisted on a higher level of U.S. involvement, which is why the talks are now led by the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance.
Several Israeli ministers have officially reopened Sar-Nor, a Jewish settlement in the occupied West Bank, which was evacuated 20 years ago. 16 families have already moved into the settlement, which, like the others in the West Bank, is illegal under international law. A gunman in the US state of Louisiana has shot dead children, including 7. The youngest victim was a 1-year-old. The gunman was killed by police who had chased him after he tried to flee in a stolen car. Tabitha Taylor is a member of the city's council.
I prayed and I grieved for this family. I grieved for the lives that were lost and children that are deceased.
listening to World News from the BBC. The Prime Minister of Canada has said his country's economic ties to the United States have become a weakness that must be corrected. Mark Carney said President Trump's tariffs have taken a toll on workers in the auto and steel industries. He said Canada was actively trying to diversify investments and sign trade deals with other countries. The two leaders have had a strained relationship since Mr. Carney became Prime Minister last year. Early results from Bulgaria's parliamentary election on Sunday put the Progressive Bulgaria Party of the former President Roman Radev far ahead of its nearest rivals and strong enough to govern alone. Mr. Radev was president of Bulgaria from 2017 until he stepped down in January. He campaigned on stamping out corruption. He has criticised the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but opposes European Union sanctions on Moscow.
Bulgaria will pay efforts to continue its European background. Believe me, strong Bulgaria, strong Europe needs I think to its own ambition to be a moral leader in a world without rules.
A pro-Iranian group which claims to be behind a series of anti-Jewish attacks across Europe says it has targeted a London synagogue. The movement of the Companions of the Right Hand of Islam posted a video purporting to show the arson attack on Kenton Synagogue in Harrow. Counter-terror police say they're looking to see if more The Canadian province of Ontario is selling a private jet that it recently criticised. The aircraft was primarily due to be used by Ontario's Premier Doug Ford. His opponents mockingly described it as the gravy plane. BBC News.
Hi, I'm Tara Oates in Liverpool. It's Sunday, April 19th. Today,
Continues free to stay on South Marginal Highway using the left lane.
on Iran. President Trump signs an order to fast-track access to psychedelics.
Continues free to stay on South Marginal Highway.
A humanoid robot breaks the half-marathon world record. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
Today, we'll attempt a feat once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. It requires merely one thing, a SoFi personal loan. With it, you could save big on interest charges by consolidating into one low fixed-rate monthly payment. Defy high-interest debt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/stuff to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and
US President Donald Trump is accusing Iran of a total violation of their ceasefire after ships were fired on near the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media, Trump has renewed threats to destroy Iran's power plants and bridges unless Tehran accepts his terms, saying, quote, "No more Mr. Nice Guy." Friday is now shut again, with marine traffic at a standstill. Trump also says his envoys will be arriving in Pakistan on Monday evening, prepared to hold more talks. The US-Iran ceasefire is set to expire on Wednesday. Staying in the region, a French soldier is dead after what the US and French officials are calling
Just ahead, turn left on Liberty Place.
UN peacekeeping patrol in southern Lebanon. United Nations interim force in Lebanon says initial assessments point to Iran-backed Hezbollah, though Hezbollah is denying any involvement. The attack comes just days into a fragile 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon.
Turn left on Liberty Place.
Separately,
Then turn
the
right on
Israeli
Park
military
Avenue.
says one of its own soldiers has also died of wounds sustained in southern Lebanon. For more on how Lebanon is navigating yet another crisis, listen to the latest episode of our sister podcast on assignment. There's a link in the show notes. A Russian-born man opened fire on pedestrians in a Kiev neighborhood
Turn
yesterday,
right on Park Avenue.
barricading himself inside a supermarket with hostages. Ukrainian authorities say 6 people are dead after the combined incidents. Shootings of this nature are extremely rare in Ukraine, whose cities face regular Russian airstrikes. Among the victims were the parents of a 12-year-old boy, who was also wounded in the attack.
4 заручників вдалося врятувати.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sent condolences to families of those killed, adding that the attacker has been neutralized. Ukraine's security service is investigating the shooting as a terrorist act.
Just a heads up, right to stay on target.
The leading candidate for Prime Minister is a pro-Russia politician from the country's political left. Former President Rumen Radev is president.
Right to stay on target.
After Hungary's pro-Kremlin Prime Minister Viktor Orban was voted out of office, Radev is positioning himself as the one remaining EU leader willing to improve relations with Moscow, even as Russia's war in Ukraine rages on. That recent Orban loss in Hungary comes after he MAGA movement, including having US Vice President J.D. Vance coming over to campaign for him. Once a blueprint for right-wing populist parties in Europe, Orban's closeness to the MAGA movement is now seen as a double-edged sword by some, like Germany's Alternative for Deutschland or AfD. Correspondent Paul Carsten has more from Berlin.
In Germany, the AfD, they have been going back and forth. Their politicians have been engaging with Washington lawmakers a lot, tons of trips. And then more recently, it was reported that there was a message kind of in around the party to tone it down a bit, to stop going to Washington so much. And that was really off the back of Trump's actions, toning his popularity down. Obviously, they're very successful in America, but being affiliated with Trump, being affiliated with MAGA right now, might be seen as more of a curse than a blessing. If your whole stance is that you want to build a strong country, you also
turn right on 51st Street, then drop off to Tally.
And so if this is your argument, it's going over well with the populace, and then it looks like you sort of are relying on a foreign leader. I think that what that can do is sort of make you look like a lapdog or lackey to external power. And that contradiction is keenly sensed by a lot of voters.
Drop off the Tally.
President Trump has signed an executive order to fast-track access
Is it up further or is it here?
and treatment
it's right there.
It's right there.
on psychedelic drugs.
Have a good night.
The order
You're welcome, sir.
directs the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to expedite its review of drugs such as Ibogaine, a hallucinogenic substance that veteran groups say can help treat PTSD.
If these turn out to be as good as people are saying, it's going to have a tremendous
Head to your pickup
impact
on John F. Kennedy
this
Boulevard
country
East.
and other countries too.
Trump has also pledged $50 million for federal research into the drug. Ibogaine is currently a Schedule I substance in the US, meaning it's classified as having no accepted medical use, but that could change. Staying in the pharmaceutical space, and a shortage impacting thousands of women in the US. Women going through menopause are increasingly turning to estrogen patches as a way to symptoms caused by the natural drop. And eased safety warnings last year, the manufacturing of the patches hasn't kept pace. Drug makers say these patches are complicated to make and aren't incredibly profitable. That combination has limited production increases. For patients, the shortage is having knock-on consequences. Our health editor, Rinalika Roy, has more.
There is a lot of anxiety. We spoke to women in Texas, Colorado, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and most of them said that the reason they got onto these medications, especially estrogen patches, was because they had started to see symptoms of menopause, and these were hot flashes, insomnia, and these are all working professionals, and so it was impacting their work and their personal life. And they said that after they got onto the medication, they are trying, if their preferred pharmacies or low are running out of it, they for other pharmacies. And we even spoke to a patient who said that she she was even to go to Canada or to ask someone to get those patches for her.
Rinalika says it's unclear how long the shortage will last.
The companies who manufacture estrogen patches actually don't produce the hormone. A lot of these manufacturers are in India. So once they get that raw material, then they start manufacturing. Now, when you're manufacturing the patch, there is a very particular formulation of the adhesive that you use in that patch. And so that is also something that is difficult and complex. Some of the doctors said that they have manufactured compounded estrogen patches, and because the adhesive quality is not necessary, it sort of falls off, and that is not something you want. So it is complex, and that's why the manufacturers said that it may take some time for us to scale the production.
To Beijing now, and maybe a glimpse of a future where humanoid robots have beaten human runners in a half-marathon race. The winning robot brand Honor and finished in just over 50 minutes, beating the current human world record. It's a significant leap from last year's race in Beijing, where most robots failed to finish. While experts say the feat doesn't yet transfer to real-world industrial use, China sees humanoid robotics as a key future industry, and the race suggests it's moving faster than many expected. And sticking with the science fiction vibes,
when the sun eclipsed behind the moon, I think all four of us, I turned to Victor and I said, I don't think humanity has evolved to the point of being able to comprehend what we're looking at right now, because it was otherworldly. It was amazing.
Mission commander of the Artemis II mission, Reed Wiseman, sharing some of the most memorable moments of the journey around the moon. If you're still in awe of some of those stunning visuals of the moon and Earth from a vantage point we haven't seen in half a century, take a moment to consider how they were captured and sent back to Earth.
A lot of people down here are really used to instantly having everything, and the idea that we had to wait to get pictures back, and we had to wait to get things back because we don't have the bandwidth is surprising to people.
That's Katrina Willoughby, who helps train the astronauts in photography before the launch.
And we're back in the Miller's Yard. It's springtime, and their True Green lawn is thriving.
They go to like a golf course here in New York without wasting your weekend. And PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Like this pro, who's never seen spring grass this perfect outside a course.
Has to clear the trampoline and the kiddie pool.
Oh, perfectly struck. True Green, the easiest way to get a golf course quality lawn. Don't wait. Tap the screen now to sign up at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
Mission pilot Victor Glover has said the crew practiced by shooting photos inside a mock capsule using a giant inflatable moon globe suspended in the dark.
And the excitement in the back rooms and the front rooms as the images were being seen and being put out was pretty good. We were all very excited.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock. The Prime Minister is preparing to defend himself in Parliament again later today over what he knew about Peter Mandelson before he was given the job of British Ambassador to Washington. He maintains he did not know the peer had failed security vetting for the role, which was later overturned by the Foreign Office and is due to address MPs. LBC's deputy political editor, Aggie Chambray, says there are some standout questions.
All the people I've spoken to kind of in government, Labour MPs do believe that he genuinely didn't know and that it would be completely inconceivable for him to stick his neck out for someone who had failed vetting. But then why didn't he know? And does that scream of incompetence? Does that scream of just inexperience, not asking the right questions, being incurious?
Police investigating another attack on a premises linked to North London's Jewish community, so they're looking into whether Iran was involved. They were called to a synagogue in Harrow early on Sunday following reports of an arson attack. Another building in...
Oh, sorry, I heard it's a place in London. So I just realized I know this.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Foreign Secretary says any future peace talks between Washington and Tehran must result in toll-free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been traveling to Japan and says the expiration of a 2-week ceasefire in the Gulf this week will be a critical diplomatic moment. Iran has said it will not attend new peace talks with the US in Pakistan. Former Director of Security at Iran International TV, Roger McMillan, has been telling LBC the military could be dictating the decision-making in Tehran.
And actually, the foreign minister has almost had his leash shortened by the IRGC commander, who is really rationing back control. Of course, after the political statement, we're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC themselves have shut it down operationally on Saturday morning. And it's this re-establishing the control over military operations, negotiation, and indeed Iran's public positions.
Reform UK says it will deport hundreds of thousands of migrants who've arrived in the UK on small boats and have been given asylum here if it comes to power. It's announced plans to review all these successful claims to remain over the last 5 years. And the UK's offshore energy industry is to test how it would respond to threats posed by suspicious vessels, drones and cyber attacks. It will simulate emergencies during what's being called Exercise Granite Resolve. LBC weather mostly dry with sunshine to begin with for Monday. Showers will continue in eastern Scotland. We'll see a high of around 14 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Tim Daly.
Durban City goalkeeper Darren Keat believes Seaside need to build on their defensive strength if they bounce back to winning way. Premiership, the sixth-place side of South back-to-back defeats to Golden Arrows and Mamelodi Sundowns, respectively. Chatterbait's based sides take on relegation threat in Makiesi FC this afternoon. He says they've been building their confidence and they must focus on key aspects of their game.
Well, first of all, we've got to. I think that's been our strength this season is and then we're doing what we do best, and that's keeping clean sheets and also scoring goals. So the focus will be on mainly on those two things, but we've got to keep the players feeling confident and go out and just perform at the highest level.
And Clash kicks off at 5:30 this afternoon before Bay will be at Mbombela Stadium at 3. Then in some cricket, Proteas women bowler Wonga Kaka. India will want to bounce back when they beat in the second of 5 T20s in Durban today. South Africa beat the visitors by 6 wickets on Friday. They reached the target in the final over. India were restricted to 157 first innings after Kaka took 3 wickets to play the match.
They always bounce back, I think. They always try to make sure that they come back to level the series in the game. But yeah, I think it's part of the game. You expect every team when they lose to come and bounce back.
Today's encounter will start at 2 p.m. And then ending off with the Hong Kong Sevens Rugby Series, the Women's Blitzbox will be fixtures on a strong note yesterday, beating Great Britain by 19-5, missed out on potential quarter-final against Spain. South Africans then faced Great Britain again in the 9th place semi-final later yesterday, but this time the Bok women lost 19-14. But that's it from me for the East Coast Radio Sports team. I'm Frida Bridge.
RNZ News at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Evie Ashton. Met Service is warning Wellingtonians already hit by flooding to brace for more bouts of heavy rain. The weather forecaster has brought forward a heavy rain warning for the area after a thunderstorm dumped more than 70 millimetres of rain in just 1 hour overnight. The heavy and brought down landslides in the cities. Meteorologist Katie Lyons says up to 150 millimetres is expected to fall in some parts of the region today on already sodden ground, meaning the capital is primed for further flooding.
Already had some flooding. We've got prolonged rain, and then there's still these localised downpours possible.
Katie Lyons says the downpours could see up to 40 millimetres fall in an hour. She says there's a moderate chance of upgrading the warning to red. And people have been describing a terrifying night from the storm. A resident of Island Bay woke up to her friend Berhampore had shown up at her house in her pajamas around 5:30.
The water just has come through the whole flat. And she said as she was walking out, the fridge was bobbing around beside her in the kitchen, and she grabbed as much as she could. By the time she left, the water was halfway up her thigh, and Simon around the road that helped her. Yes, and then she got up on the road, down to our house.
Erin says her friend has since returned to her house trying to salvage what she can. Meanwhile, Kaikoura's mayor is also urging people to be in place for the Kaikoura Coast and Ranges and North Canterbury Ranges east of Lake Saipan. Met Service says up to 100 millimetres of rain could fall, with up to 160 mils for the Seaward Kaikoura Range. Mayor Craig Mackle says the council has cleared ditches and is monitoring conditions.
Really be prepared in case it does reach this far, but it's pretty much stayed north. It's just a wet winter stay here at present.
Hurunui District Council is asking people to clear drains and gutters and be careful while driving. About 3,000 properties are without power in the Kaikoura region because of a line fault. A main power spokesperson says the problem is not weather related and they expect power to be restored at his post because there's no viable alternative leader within the party caucus. The Prime Minister's leadership is under pressure after one News variant poll showed the left bloc ahead. Christopher Luxon has admitted there's a small group of disgruntled MPs in his caucus. Maurice Williamson says backbenchers will be asking their leader what his plan is at tomorrow's caucus meeting.
The polls in general are just trending in the same direction all the time. You cannot leave it where it is. And so I would hope that he's learning very quickly that a certain criteria of ginormous magnitude is going to be required.
Maurice Williamson says backbenchers won't tolerate consistently bad polls. The consumer group says New Zealand First is lacking in meaningful detail about how it plans to break up the supermarket duopoly. The party has announced it will campaign on stronger powers for the Commerce Commission and breaking up foodstuffs into two separate entities. The chair of the Grocery Action Group, Sue Chetwin, says small or medium-sized suppliers must go through Woolworths and foodstuffs.
It's not the right one. Yeah.
She says the party's proposal seems to ignore Woolworths' role in the duopoly and the inequities springing from each company's hold over the wholesale side of the market. Girls in the Auckland suburb of Devonport last week. They say the group was in a car which stopped beside the girls as they walked up the street. One of the occupants gestured towards the girls who ran off. Police were contacted later that day. They've been reviewing CCTV of the area and are asking any witnesses to get in contact. The vehicle is described as a blue station wagon with two men and a woman inside. That's the news.
Really soon, a mistake like that is going to cost. When that World Cup gets here, whatever the hell is coming here, it's going to be a nightmare.
It's going to absolute nightmare, bro. Absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare. I may not even come out.
It's going to be rubbish, I tell you.
Yeah.
This follows the handover of a new forensic.
They said to hell with New Jersey residents. World Cup is money. That's more important.
Understand, man. If you make money the priority like that, you get people just going to be so traffic, everything, nightmare.
Yeah, and here people are inconsiderate.
Yeah.
Like here in this part of Jersey, they don't give a two damns. They won't care nothing about the world. They're going to get in the way. They're going to do everything in their power to make it as miserable as possible. You're going to make me miserable? Watch how we do in Jersey. This is terrible. I'm not coming out.
Please be advised that the following story contains disturbing details of abuse that may be upsetting or triggering and isn't suitable for children.
Lifeline Pietermaritzburg says a sexual abuse case involving an 8-year-old boy highlights the painful reality that abuse often happens at the hands of people children are expected to trust. The non-profit counseling group has been reacting to the life sentence handed down to the child's 28-year-old sister. The woman lined up in the Matadini Regional Court last week after pleading guilty to charges of sexual assault and exposing a child to pornography in Osisweni. Lifeline PMB Silikiwe Biela says all children are protected by the state.
Children are entitled, especially in this case, it's a sister. So you could see that the sister had power over the boy and the sister had access to him. Maybe when parents are gone, the sister was always there to actually initiate the sexual act on this boy. The second reason is because of power and control. They know they can control the child, and it's very easy to manipulate and control children. Whether you manipulate them with money or with gifts, you say things that can make them stay. So because of fear, sometimes they do give in.
And finally, tens of thousands gathered outside Angola's capital, Luanda, for an open-air Sunday Mass led by Pope Leo on the second day of his visit to the country. The Pope arrived yesterday as part of a four-nation warning against oppression, poverty, and the exploitation of natural resources. At the Mass in Kalimba, many worshippers said they were seeking a message of hope, especially amid high unemployment and inequality despite the country's vast mineral wealth. Mostly clear skies and heavy rains have been forecast for most parts of KZN tomorrow. Durban, Ulundi, Ladysmith, a high of 28 degrees, Richards Bay, Underberg, and Gotland 24. Morning swells are reaching 2 meters at the Durban beach with sunrise at 12 minutes past 6. For the Newswatch team, I'm Tanubuhle Malinga.
At Jiffy Lube, our quick, quality 15-minute oil change service, your car will be ready in 40 minutes.
It's already ready?
Really? Now? Ready already? That's right. Drive into Jiffy Lube today. In and out in a jiffy.
This is a CBC podcast.
This is World Report. Good morning, I'm John Northcott. The clock is ticking on the temporary ceasefire between the United States and Iran, which is set to expire this Wednesday. President Donald Trump confirmed this morning that American negotiators are heading to Pakistan tomorrow for a second round of high-stakes talks. The diplomatic push comes with a massive ultimatum. We're joined now by the CBC's Tom Perry in Jerusalem. Tom, what do we know about these talks scheduled for tomorrow in Islamabad?
Well, from the U.S. side, a White House official who was speaking on background told CBC News that the U.S. delegation going to Islamabad will be led.
Done with this shit right now. Yeah. Just.
It's drive you bonkers, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the amazing part is that all we can do is sit back and just watch the show and try to enjoy it.
True story. That's does not even make it better at all,
Not at all. Oh, Jesus. But it's all a show. It's a world stage.
It is.
Right? And unfortunately, people don't know. Like when I say it's a show and it's a world stage, they'd be like, well, you're acting like it's... people die on shows, right? Like a false flag doesn't mean people don't die. It's a false flag. It means it was orchestrated and premeditated, right? People are going to die, but it's still a false flag. It has nothing to do. The perfect false flags was the Bay of Pigs in this country. And they have it written down, right? And we read it. The 60s. They wanted to blow up federal buildings in Washington and blame it on Cuba.
Wow.
It's a false flag.
Yes.
It's a false flag.
Wow.
Columbine, Sandy Hook, all of those were false flags. People were killed, but the government orchestrated them. How do we know? The gentleman who did Sandy Hook, who shot up that school, he was a CIA asset.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Adam Lanza. The CIA asset. The gentleman who shot at Trump.
Yeah.
CIA asset. it's beautiful.
Oh shit! No, I know where you're coming from. Oh bloody hell! All created proper.
Yeah. They're all in on it. All of them.
Because you know what is funny though, yeah? I said it as well, like, wait a minute, what's up with this guy, this case? He should be like out there, like every minute. No one's talking about him. I'm like, wait a minute, he was about to kill the guy
president.
That's president right now. Like, he should be on the TV every minute.
He came this close. He hit him in the ear.
Yeah.
Imagine the president's head blew off in national television. That's great television.
Wow.
And then completely erased him. No one heard anything.
Wow.
Nothing.
True talk, man.
They went into his home and the entire place was scrubbed. The entire place. There were no fingerprints, no hairs, no fibers, nothing. How is this his home? How was he living there? Everything was polished and cleaned.
Wow. Wow. You just said something very deep, man. Yeah, you're like, yeah. Wow. That's some crazy shit, I tell you.
Yeah. Truth is stranger than fiction.
It's true, isn't it? You're absolutely right, Mr. Danny. Wow.
Much stranger than fiction. And like I said, all we got to do is sit back and enjoy the show. And for me, right, this is all, like, I'm not worried about it because this is prophesied for me.
Right.
This is part of our belief system.
Right.
Our book of prophecies tells us that this is going to happen. So I'm looking forward to it because at the very worst, at the very best for me, this place, the United States, the land of the North, this wicked, evil, satanic, demonic place will be destroyed. And yes, a lot of people are going to die.
Yeah.
But 1/3 won't. According to prophecy, 1/3 won't.
Wow.
But everyone else, yeah, because everyone else is, if you turn a blind eye to wickedness, you're part of that wickedness.
Yes.
If you stay quiet,
yes,
you're part of it.
Yes.
All evil needs to succeed is for good people to do nothing.
Yes.
Right? I don't remember which one of our leaders said that,
man,
but one
that
of them
deep.
said
That
it.
was a deep one, man. That's not what you just said now.
Yeah, one of our leaders. The fuck are you doing? Excuse my language. What are you doing?
Why did he stop like that for?
He's a moron.
You're going right.
High on drugs.
There's something wrong with him, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's going around again.
Yeah, he's clearly not.
Yeah,
he doesn't know where he's going.
Yeah, it's Mrs. Ray.
Ooh.
Well, what you said is deep, man. Yeah. I like that. That was a good talk right there. That last one you said. Wow, amazing.
And this is all over the world. And the one character on the earth that I'm worried most about, he worries me. Like, I think he is the hand behind it all, but I can't prove that. I'm nobody. And I'm careful to say it because a lot of people like him.
And I think I know where you're coming from. Yeah.
Look at this guy. Look at you. What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah.
It's very sad.
Yeah, the earth has been, according to our book, the Bible, according to our book, the earth has been over into the hand of the wicked. All we have to do is, like, if you do deductive reasoning, who controls the earth? Yeah. Right. When I ask who controls the earth, well, it ain't my people. It ain't black people. It ain't brown people. Hell, it ain't in some of the top nations on the earth. It's all the European nations. They control the earth. So if they control the earth, and our book of prophecy says the earth has been given over into the hand of the wicked, then they are the wicked.
That's deep.
It's this one, right?
Point. Yes, right. Yeah. Thank you, boss.
You're welcome, sir.
He's deep, boss. Yeah.
You have a great rest of
You
your
too.
night, man.
Man bless you.
There's
Nice
a
one, man. Nice
pleasure.
talk. Nice talk, sir.
Head to your pickup at Secaucus Junction. Secaucus Junction.
You take it easy, right?
Yes, sir. You too, brethren.
Will do, boss.
By U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Donald Trump's peace envoys, Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, will be in Islamabad Monday for talks with Iranian officials, looking to resolve this war between the U.S. and Iran. Now, Trump announced this on his social media app. He says, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. That wasn't nice, was it? That's what Trump wrote. The president talking there apparently about attacks on 2 Indian vessels in the Strait, though he identified them as being French and British ships. Trump went on to write that we're offering a very fair and reasonable deal. I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. And he writes, all in caps, so the U.S. president once again uttering threats and conducting diplomacy via social media, announcing that between the U.S. and Iran are apparently back on.
Well, against all that backdrop, Tom, what are Iranian officials saying?
Well, before Trump put out his Truth Social message, we had heard from the Speaker of Iran's parliament, who said the U.S. and Iran had made some progress, but we're still far from any agreement to end the war. The latest word from the Iranian regime is that there is currently no decision by Iran to send a negotiating delegation to Pakistan as long as a naval blockade. So the U.S. blocking ships going into and out of Iran. That comes from an Iranian news agency. So it's still unclear at this point exactly where this stands, but it seems like there's some movement. Hard to say how much toward ending this fight between the U.S. and Iran.
CBC's Tom Barry in Jerusalem. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
In this country, starting tomorrow, a federal tax holiday will shave 10 cents per liter off the price of gas. The suspension of the excise tax lasts until Labor Day to help offset record high fuel prices. But economists warn the relief could be invisible to consumers. They say Middle East volatility and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz are driving crude prices so high, the surge will likely swallow the gas tax cut before drivers even reach the pump.
Why does no one see that this is just a hike in gas? Remember, I'm old enough to remember when gas was $1 a gallon. Then I remember it going to $2 a gallon, then to $3 a gallon. Hell, I'm old enough to remember when it was 75 cents a gallon, maybe 50 cents a gallon. I was a little boy, but I remember when it was, right? Then during COVID, it went up to $3 an hour, $3 a gallon. I said an hour, Jesus Christ. So this is just a price hike. They're talking all this shit about it going down and gas is not going back down. Just know that, believe that. These bastards are seeing if we're going to pay, and we're going to pay. All of us, we're all paying. I'm paying, you're paying, right? The prices are still holding steady at $3.85. The cheaper fuel is like $3.79. But it's not going back down. Believe that shit. it's staying up. Believe that. I don't want it to. I need low gas prices in order to operate and make money. I do ride share. I'm dependent on fuel. And unlike the rest of the world, electric vehicles are shit vehicles, especially for ride share. They're absolute garbage. The amount of time it takes to charge and the amount of power that you need to operate the vehicle does not equate. You're going to spend more per day than gas. Today I filled up, it took me $65. If I were to operate 8 hours in an electric vehicle, the best electric vehicle in the United States, I would not be able to operate 8 hours on one charge. I can operate 8 hours. Hell, I can operate 10 hours, 12 hours on one tank. But not with an electric vehicle. And it means I'll have to stop 3-4 times to charge up, lose an hour each time. So it doesn't equate. It's bullshit. But they're going to do what they're going to do. What's going to happen is they're going to force me back underground. They're going to force me back into the underworld. And I don't want to do that. But if I do, if I'm forced back to the underworld, I'm moving my business to white neighborhoods. I'm not pitching anything to black and brown people. I'm pitching everything. I mean, every fucking thing that there is to pitch, because white people love drugs. They just hide well. Particularly, they love heroin, fentanyl. And I'll be just the motherfucker to supply it. If this doesn't change and they push me underground, because I'm 55 years old, I'm not going back to work for the white man. I'm not doing that shit. Fuck the white man, the white woman, and the white child, especially the white child. I'm not going to work for a snot-nosed, entitled white little piece of shit that thinks he knows something because he's white. Not doing that. Hell, I'm not going to work for my own people. I'm damn sure not going to work for fucking white devil motherfuckers. And again, I know some good white folk. I'm just saying, as a whole, you are all the goddamn devil as a whole, until you prove that you are not the devil. So shouts to Big John from my neighborhood. I know he ain't the devil. I can't speak for his family. I can speak for him, and I know that he's trying to raise his children to be, you know, decent people. But I know he's not the devil. Noor and Fariha, I know they're not the devil. At least not outwardly. I knew them both. They were good white folk. Heiner. And Michael Haller. He was a good white boy. I think he's passed away, but that was a white person that I met when I was young. And he was kind to me. We were we were in a program called Project Use. It was, you want to go to this program or you want to go to jail? We chose the program. I met him in the program, and I guess I must have been a real piece of shit that when we got a furlough, I couldn't go home. For whatever reason, my mom didn't want me to go home. it was a holiday. That's back when I observed holidays. And Michael Haller took me in. He convinced his family to let me spend the holidays with them. I think it was Thanksgiving. This fucking cop is in the wrong lane, gonna make a right turn. He's a fucking transit cop. I shouldn't even let him do it. But this is the entitlement that I'm talking about. Yo, what? Yo, what? Lift, yeah. I'm not a lift. What is wrong with you? That's what I'm saying. You hear this fucker? Title.
Cities in Quebec and Ontario are on high alert this morning. Continue to rise. A combination of record rainfall and a rapidly melting snowpack has washed out roads, forced highway closures, and triggered states of emergency. While the rain is expected to taper off later today, the runoff from the north is still heading downstream. Elias Arf is the story.
Are you in this house? Yes. Well, we hope that you don't get it.
Volunteers rushed to send
Hello, how are you?
Patrick Halford's property in the Ontario town of Minden Hills. She lives across rising floodwaters.
6 times.
And, so far in previous floods, we haven't flooded. This time it looks a little dangerous. 30 millimeters fell there on Saturday, drenching the community. Washed out.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Up now, and will continue to go up probably for another day or so.
In the Sudbury area, dozens of homes have now been damaged. The significant spring flooding caused by days of rain and snow melt.
Some of these areas over the past 7 days have received 75 to 100 millimeters of rain.
Lucas Alexopoulos is a meteorologist with Environment Canada.
Moving into the week, we're expecting.
But as warm weather melts snowpacks further north, several Quebec regions are under flood watch. Jim Bass, a Montreal borough mayor, says water level expected to be at their highest this spring.
We have pumps on standby, we have pumps on delivery, we have hundreds and hundreds of pallets of sand.
Keeping officials and residents on high alert. News, Toronto.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford is backing away from a controversial multi-million-dollar purchase just days after the province spent $29 million on a private jet. Ford says the government is now moving to sell it as quickly as possible. He acknowledged that now is not the right time for the expense. The opposition had slammed the purchase as a gravy plane, while Ontarians struggle with the rising cost of living. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is fighting for his political life over the appointment of a disgraced diplomat. Pressures mounting following reports that Peter Mandelson, the former ambassador to the U.S., was given the job despite failing a security vetting. Officials had warned Starmer that Mandelson's long-standing ties to Jeffrey Epstein posed a reputational risk. Julia Chapman has the latest from
Judgment Day is coming for security.
Man to Washington.
When Peter Mandelson was chosen as an ambassador, he went through a process of security vetting. Red flags were raised, but he received clearance anyway. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he wasn't told about the concerns. Last week, he fired Ollie Robbins, the top civil servant in the Foreign Office, to prove Mandelson for the job. Simon MacDonald was Robbins' predecessor. He says the Prime Minister's office, 10 Downing Street, threw Robbins under the bus.
Number 10 wanted a scout. They wanted it quickly.
But that hasn't stopped questions about Keir Starmer's judgment. In recent months, the Prime Minister told Parliament due process was followed, and his team insist that they asked questions about Mandelson's past. Opposition parties say if that's the case, Mandelson should never have been appointed. They're calling for Starmer to resign. But his cabinet continues to defend him.
The Prime Minister is a man with great honesty and integrity.
Liz Kendall is the UK's Science Secretary.
If he had known that UK security vetting hadn't cleared him, he would not have made that appointment.
Starmer will give a statement in Parliament on Monday. He may survive this news cycle, but he faces another dangerous moment next month. Much of the country will hold local elections, with the ruling Labour Party set for a major defeat. If rivals are eyeing a chance to topple Starmer, that could provide a trigger. Julia Chapman, CBC News, London.
North Korea fires several short-range ballistic missiles towards its eastern waters. Is investigating if they were fired from a submarine. In Tokyo, State Minister of Defense Masahisa Isaki says that the move is a direct threat. Mizaki says Tokyo has lodged violation of UN resolutions. This is the 7th missile test by Pyongyang this year. It follows warnings that the North is rapidly expanding its nuclear manufacturing capabilities. For generations, manage their herds, but a new virtual technology is beginning to change the landscape of the prairies. It's allowing producers to move their cattle with the swipe of a screen.
On a cattle ranch southeast of Edmonton, Alberta, beef farmer Lance Nielsen is setting up an electric fence to herd his cattle to a different pasture. But soon he could do this right on his early testers of virtual fence technology.
I was immediately impressed and realized this will be a great thing for our farm.
The system uses GPS-enabled collars on each animal. Ranchers can now rotate their grazing livestock simply by drawing boundaries on an app. This saves labor and improves pasture health. Alberta-based Olds College researcher Brianna Elliott has been studying this since 2020.
These are transit to stay better utilizing pasture.
She explains when a cow approaches the boundary, the collar delivers audio cues followed by electric shocks.
And the shock is actually relatively low, and it's not as strong as you would think.
Elliott says a lot more ranchers will be using virtual fences this grazing season, thanks to the expansion of a federal grant delivered through provinces called On-Farm Climate Action Fund. Edward Bogg is a University of Alberta agriculture professor.
You look across Canada, it's closer to 10 million cattle. So if you look at it on a global basis, I think it has tremendous potential.
As it becomes widespread, Bogg adds the feedback manufacturers get from producers will be critical. Nadir Hashmi, CBC News, Stettler County, Alberta.
And that is the latest national and international news from World Report. I'm John Northcott. Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us here at CBC News.
For more CBC podcasts, go to cbc.ca/podcasts.
From our studios in Tokyo, this is NHK Newsline. I'm Ross Mihara. U.S. President Donald Trump says his delegates are traveling to Pakistan for negotiations with Iran. The question is whether the second round of in-person talks between Washington and Tehran will materialize. Trump revealed in a social media post on Sunday that his representatives will be in Islamabad tomorrow evening. The White House told NHK that Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner will attend the negotiations. Trump argued the U.S. is offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and he hopes Iran will take it. He warned that if Iran does not, his country is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. The Tasnim news agency reported on Sunday that Iran had still not decided to send a negotiating team to Pakistan. The agency has ties to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Tasnim reported that as long as Trump's declaration regarding the maritime blockade of Iran exists, no negotiations will happen. It also disclosed that Iran and the U.S. have continued to exchange messages through Pakistani mediation after the first round of face-to-face negotiations. However, Tasnim said the exchanges have been similar to what unfolded during the first round of talks. It added that the negotiations wound up fruitless due to Washington's excessive demands and ambitions. Deadly attacks have continued in Lebanon despite a ceasefire with Israel that took effect Thursday. French President Emmanuel Macron says an attack on the UN interim force in Lebanon on Saturday killed one French soldier and wounded 3 others. He suggested the involvement of Iran-backed Shia Muslim group Hezbollah. The peacekeeping mission patrols the border between Israel and Lebanon. The UN says the strike appeared to have been launched by Hezbollah. The group denies responsibility. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun has ordered an investigation. Al Jazeera reported Friday that an Israeli strike in southern Lebanon killed 1 person. The Israeli military confirmed it carried out the attack and said it would take necessary measures for self-defense. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem says the ceasefire has no significance if it is only observed from one side. At least 6 people have died in a shooting and hostage-taking incident in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Police shot the gunman dead on the spot. Authorities are investigating the case as an act of terrorism. The gunman opened fire at passers-by on a street in southern Kyiv and barricaded himself in a nearby supermarket with hostages. Ukraine's Interior Minister Ihor Klimenko said special forces rushed to the scene. They tried to negotiate with the suspect but shot him dead after he fired at police officers. President Volodymyr Zelensky said the attacker killed a total of 6 people, including 1 in the supermarket and 4 others on the street. He said at least 14 people, including a 12-year-old boy, are known to have been injured. The suspect was reportedly a 58-year-old man who was born in Russia and had lived in Ukraine for a long time. Sources familiar with the police investigation into the alleged abandonment of a boy's body in Japan's Kyoto prefecture say his father implied to investigators that he had killed his son after driving him to elementary school. Police on Thursday arrested Adachi Yuki, a 37-year-old company employee, on suspicion of abandoning the body of his 11-year-old son Yuki in the city of Nantan. The boy was found dead in a wooded area on April 13th. The father has reportedly admitted to the allegation during police questioning. Investigative sources now say the suspect hinted to police during a voluntary interview before his arrest that he had strangled his son. The sources add that the father also implied he had first taken the boy to his elementary school in Nantan by car and then moved him to another part of the city and killed him there. Investigators have so far confirmed that
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the morning of March 23rd, he had remained unaccounted for ever since, with the school's security camera footage showing no signs of him. Police suspect that the boy had gotten out of his father's car. The father reported his son's disappearance to police by phone after notification by the school shortly before noon on that day that the boy had been absent. The report prompted police to look for the boy. However, sources say the father had already revealed his son's disappearance to an acquaintance before the message from the school. Police on Saturday searched the public restroom situated between the boy's home and his school, suspecting that the site has something to do with the case. A wild bear has been captured. Police say a series of bear sightings had been reported in a residential area of the city since Friday. Footage taken in the early hours of Sunday shows a bear slowly walking. An animal was also recorded by a security camera on Saturday night. On Sunday morning, police were alerted that there was a bear in the garden of a house. Officers and city government officials found the wild bear in a thicket near where it was first spotted.
It's far from the mountains. A bear was near my house.
It's hard to believe something like that could happen in this area.
City officials carefully considered how to deal with the situation, and tranquilizer guns were used to capture the bear on Sunday evening. Weather officials say cherry trees in 3 major cities in northern Japan's Hokkaido have started blooming earlier than usual.
More than 5 cherry blossoms are in bloom, so we can declare the start of the sakura season in Hakodate.
At Goryokaku Park in Hakodate City, an observatory official confirmed on Saturday that buds opened on the park's benchmark Somei Yoshino cherry tree. The official says it blossomed 5 days earlier than last year and 10 days earlier than average. It marked the second earliest bloom since 1953, when the record-keeping began. On the same day in Sapporo City, the local observatory noted at least 9 flowers opened on its benchmark Somei Yoshino cherry tree. It also says the bloom is 5 days earlier than last year and the second earliest on record.
I'm happy.
In Obihiro City, a local weather station official declared the start of the sakura season with the first flowers on its benchmark Sargent's cherry tree. Its blooms opened 10 days earlier than last year and a record 14 days earlier than the average. Officials say this is due to warmer than average temperatures since February. The trees are expected to reach full bloom in 3 to 5 days. Those were the stories for this hour.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Liberty Ave?
Yes.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
I'm Ross Mihara in Tokyo. We thank you for joining us on NHK Newsline.
The 2-week ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is set to expire Wednesday, and the two sides seem far from resolution. Today, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed after Iran's Revolutionary Guard fired on 2 commercial ships, and the U.S. maintained its blockade of Iran. President Trump said U.S. negotiators will be in Pakistan on Monday for peace negotiations with Iran. And Iran now says they are rejecting this. Reporter Duri Paskarin is on the ground in Iran, city near the Iranian border. Hey, Duri.
Good to be with you, Rob.
So what's the latest?
So President Trump wrote on Truth Social today that the U.S. Navy took control of an unmarked cargo ship called the Tuska. He said a U.S.-guided missile destroyer, quote, blew a hole in the engine. The Tuska had previously been sanctioned by the U.S. multiple votes, which Trump claimed was a violation of the ceasefire. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center issued a warning today that the situation right now.
We're just days away from the ceasefire expiring on Wednesday. Will the U.S. and Iran come to the
Pakistan have been reporting on preparations for peace talks being made in Islamabad, with hotels being booked out and security measures being taken. But Iran State News Agency reported today that that they'll participate at all. They're blaming Washington's, quote, excessive demands, unrealistic expectations, and constant shifts in stance. It said the U.S. blockade of Iran's ports is a breach of the ceasefire.
Now, a big sticking point here for these peace talks has been a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Well, what's going on?
The 10-day ceasefire appears to be holding, despite some deaths. One UN peacekeeper by Hezbollah fire, according to Israel, and 2 Israeli troops killed by explosives. Israel is still occupying a big part of southern Lebanon and destroying infrastructure that it says belongs to Hezbollah. At least 1 million people have been displaced from their homes in Lebanon. It's unclear when the 2 sides will return to talks, but they've said they want to negotiate a full peace agreement, including resolving the dispute.
So during your involvement on the Turkish side of the Iranian border, you've been talking to Iranians who have left their country to stay in Turkey. What are they saying?
Well, I mean, I think what has struck me the most is how many Iranians I speak to who want these peace talks to fail.
They want these peace talks to fail.
And I mean, not everybody. We definitely talk to people who support the regime or people who point to the 3,500 people who were killed in U.S. and Israeli airstrikes and want that to end. But here in Turkey, there are a good chunk of Iranians who are so angry at the regime, they literally want another country to bomb their home, the place where their families live. We spoke with this young man who asked to remain anonymous for his safety. He told us that he's gotten to the point where he thinks foreign intervention is the only way to get rid of this regime. He pointed to the massacre of at least 7,000 protesters in January and the continuing arrests and executions. He said it is so easy for Iran's regime to kill anybody who opposes it. It's like they don't see us as human. The way to have a match for that is another bully. He sees hope in Trump.
That is reporter Duri Buscarin on the ground in Falun. Duri, thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
United Health is investing in tools that make it easier for patients to navigate healthcare and pay less. These transparency tools help patients find providers, and this is the big thing: compare costs upfront. The big picture: more transparent pricing, benefits, and patients save hundreds of dollars annually. Learn more at UnitedHealthGroup.com/commitment.
This state is desperate for change. They've had 16 years of Democrats watching. They've run everything.
Hello, and welcome to The Conversation. I'm Dasha Burns, and this week I sat down with Steve Hilton, a Republican candidate for governor of California.
Thank you.
This is good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good night. You're welcome, dear. Good night.
California. You heard it right. And our conversation happened during a chaotic week for that race. Representative Eric Swalwell, a front-runner Democratic candidate, suspended his campaign and announced that he will resign from Congress amid sexual assault and misconduct allegations, which Swalwell has denied. With Swalwell out, the California race just got a little less crowded, and the remaining candidates now have a window of opportunity to elevate their campaigns ahead of the primary on June 2nd. Enter Steve Hilton. He's a former Fox News host and former senior advisor to Prime Minister David Cameron. Yep, he's British. Kicking off his foray into American politics, Hilton has won President Trump's endorsement for the governor's race, and surprisingly, the Republican has been polling toward the top of the pack. We chatted about the Swalwell shakeup and where he thinks the primarily Democrat-led state of California is coming up short. Steve Hilton joins the conversation. Steve Hilton, Republican candidate for governor in California. Thank you so much for joining the conversation.
It's fantastic to be with you. Thank you.
My goodness, this might be the most unpredictable California governor's race in recent history. As a Californian myself, I grew up in San Diego. I am fascinated by what is going on here. And now the dynamics have changed completely. Now that Eric Swalwell is out, who was a frontrunner for the Democratic Party, that might be opening up some opportunity for Republicans. You know, I've gotten some very concerned texts from Democrats in this state that things are getting even more complicated. For those who don't know, the way that the California primary works is that the top two vote getters will move on into the general. It doesn't matter what party. It could be two Democrats, it could be two Republicans. It's just the top two vote getters. So do you think now you and your fellow Republican, Chad Bianca, could box Democrats out?
Well, how did I know, Dasha, that you're going to start by saying, what's going on with this crazy governor's race? That's exactly right.
I know, not the most surprising question, but we got to talk
No,
about it.
of course. But I totally get that. Here's the thing, though. It's interesting because actually in the space of 1 week, we've had two very big developments, which is that, as you mentioned, Eric Swalwell dropped out. But also at the beginning of the week, literally the week before on Easter Sunday, President Trump endorsed me. And those were actually two very big moments on either side. Here's how I see it. If we just go right back to the beginning of this year, I've been saying all along that this idea that you could get two Republicans in the top two, while kind of mathematically true, was politically impossible. Because the Democrat machine in California would just never let that happen. Who thinks that they would just surrender California to two Republicans to fight it out? Know that the machine has almost unlimited money. You've got the government unions funding it. And in fact, as you saw in the reaction to President Trump's endorsement, you had many Democrat insiders in California saying, well, now the Democrat machine, the unions and whatever, won't have to spend tens of millions of dollars to make sure that there's a Democrat in the top two. So I never thought the two Republicans thing was at all a serious possibility. It's true that for most of this year, it has been me and the other Republican in the top two in the polling. And during the course of the last few months, I've been moving ahead. And in fact, you saw last week, two polls that were published, taken before the president's endorsement, that had me substantially ahead, including one from Eric Swalwell supporters just before he dropped out, had me on 22%, Swalwell on 18%, and then everyone else 13% and below. Actually, I think that the exit of Eric Swalwell points to something that I've been saying alongside all these other things, which is that if you want to look at probabilities, it's more likely that you'll get two Democrats in the top two than two Republicans, because I had assumed that the following two things would happen. This is before Eric Swalwell dropped out. Number one, it was looking like the Democrat establishment in California, the unions, the kind of Nancy Pelosi machine. You could see all the Nancy Pelosi acolytes jumping in behind Swalwell, Adam Schiff, the leading example. So my assumption was that the machine would move towards Eric Swalwell. That would move him up in the polls. There were three Democrats really in the kind of top tier of Democratic candidates: Eric Swalwell, Katie Porter, and Tom Steyer. Now, Tom Steyer, just like the Democrat machine, he's a billionaire. He's got unlimited money. He's already spent over $100 million just in the last couple of months. It's the most expensive campaign anywhere in America. So my assumption was that he would spend another $100 million in the next month in the primary. So he would move on. So until Swalwell dropped out, I was saying, look, on the Republican side, we got to be careful that we're not boxed out. That in the next month, you can see Swalwell moving up, Steyer moving up. And so we, on the Republican side, have to get behind one candidate in order to make sure that Californians have a real choice. And so that's why I always argue that the Trump endorsement was incredibly important for Republicans because it clarified that decision. And I expect to move ahead even more clearly as a result of that. And so I think now, with Swalwell having dropped out, you're back to that situation where you've got two leading Democrats, Tom Steyer, Katie Porter. We'll see where Eric Swalwell goes.
Do you think Javier Becerra could make some inroads?
No, they're finished. I'm just sorry, but they're all below 5%. None of them qualify for the next debate. There's a whole bunch of what I call the LPDs, the low polling Democrats. Javier Becerra, Antonio Villaraigosa, Betty Yee, Tony Thurman. Some of these people are better known than others, but none of them are above 5%.
Okay, so then who would you rather have in the top two with you? Say you got into the top two. Your fellow Republican, Chad Bianco, Katie Porter, or Tom Steyer?
Chad Bianco doesn't have a chance. And so it's going to be Katie Porter or Tom Steyer. I think it's just realistic.
Who would you
and
prefer?
I think truly, I'm not trying to give you a sort of ridiculous political answer. I don't care because this state is desperate for change, right? We've had 16 years of Democrat one-party rule. They've run everything. All the statewide offices, supermajority in the legislature, all during that period, the state Supreme Court, all the big cities, all the big counties, and the results are terrible, like truly terrible. Highest poverty rate in the country, highest unemployment rate, highest cost of living by far. Everything is going in the wrong direction, homelessness, the school results, etc. And even if you don't buy the argument that it's time for change, a lot of Democrats I speak to nod along when you say, look, it's just not healthy to have one-party rule for so long. It breeds a sense of complacency and corruption and insularity among the ruling elite. And so I think that it truly doesn't matter. The argument in the general election is to be very simple, almost the age-old argument in politics, which is time for change or more of the same. So in a way, it doesn't matter who the Democrat is, because we've got to move away from Democrats in California in order to get us back on track.
But do you think Swalwell dropping out of the race has given you more opportunity, more of a boost, or does it just complicate things in a different way?
Clarifies things. I think it means that it's a straight choice for Democrats between Tom Steyer and Katie Porter. On the Republican side, I think it, that was clarified with the president's endorsement. And so I think that, I don't want to say it's making any difference. I don't think that's right. I think it does heighten the importance of Republican consolidation, because basically what you've got is consolidation on the Democrat side. One of the reasons that Democrats were in such a panic was we got so many candidates, we're splitting the vote, we can let two Republicans. That's the chatter that's been gripping the Democrats in Sacramento. Most of this year, we've had two very distinct tiers of candidates. We've had the top tier, 10% and above, Swalwell, Katie Porter, Tom Steyer, and the LPDs, the low polling Democrats, under 5%. Very distinct. There's not really been any middle ground. And so I think that what you've seen is consolidation among that top tier. I can't speak for the Democrats. I'm just focused on my race and presenting a strong, positive alternative to 16 years of one-party rule.
There are some Democrats that want to see Vice President Kamala Harris jump into the race. What do you think about that idea?
Oh my goodness. Talk about flogging it then.
British expression, I think would be
okay,
flogging a dead horse. I think you don't hear that in California. You hear that in London.
So as I drink my cup of tea in the morning in the Hampton Inn in Sacramento, flogging, cheers to that. I don't know what they're going to do. I suppose they're so arrogant. They think they can do anything.
Write-in candidate. She still has time to do that.
We'll see. I mean, I'd love to run against her. That would be hilarious.
You would love to run against Harris?
Oh, yes. She's
Why?
a disastrous candidate. Kamala Harris is a completely disastrous candidate. If there's one person that captures the failure and uselessness of the Democratic establishment, giving us the highest poverty, unemployment, and cost of living in the country over the last 16 years of one-party rule, it's Kamala Harris.
Let me ask about the Trump endorsement, because you mentioned how important you think that was for you. Listen, no Republican has won statewide in California for 2 decades, right? President Trump his approval rating is underwater in California. So did you really want that endorsement?
I didn't ask for it. Just to be clear, I know the president.
Why didn't you ask for it?
Well, because to be honest, I thought that he's got other things on his mind. Like, truly, there's a
Was
lot
there
going
any
on.
concern there that like an endorsement could potentially hurt you, given
No,
his
not at
approval
all.
ratings?
Not at all. And in fact, every time I've been asked, I said what I think, which is I'd be honoured to have it. I am honoured to have it. I just didn't think that it was top of his agenda, the California governor's race, or anywhere close to top of his agenda. But I think that the way I see it is this: whoever the Democrat candidate is, whether that's Katie Porter or Tom Steyer, or let's put
Hello,
her in
how
the
are you?
mix, Kamala Harris, whoever it is, will need to make the general election for the governor's race in California all about Trump, because they've got nothing else to say. The record is a disaster, a complete disaster. There's a majority in this state in California to change. If you look at the basic measure of whether people want to see change, the right track. The wrong direction number is well over 50%. I've seen 55, 56. I've seen as high as 62, 65%. A majority of Californians want change. So that's all they've got. It will all be about California and how we need to move in a new direction. My plan is very straightforward. We can capture it in one word: Californiable. It's the theme of my campaign.
I've heard that a few times from you now.
I can go through the specific points.
Is it based on the Californication Red Hot Chili Peppers song or what?
Well, I don't know. I do have an affinity for these kinds of things. I wrote a book. It came out about a month or so before my campaign, called Caliphalia: Reversing the Ruin of America's Worst Run State. So I guess this is the positive part. Well, actually, the positive part of it was the second part, future, how we move in a more positive direction. So that's going to be my job in the campaign, to say, look, we can be, it doesn't have to be like this. We can move in a new direction. My campaign will all be about California. Their campaign will all be about Trump. And so the question is, who prevails? That will be the argument.
Well, and a question that sort of touches on both, Californiable, you've had a pretty relentless focus on affordability and cost of living, and we've seen across the country, whether Democrat or Republican candidates have success that focus on that message. Do you want to see more of that message from the president himself?
So I want to focus on California. The fact is that the reason that we have the highest gas prices in the country by far, it's not anything to national politics or the president. The president is also president in all the other 49 states where gas prices are $2 lower than California. So it's obviously not to do with that. It's obviously to do with policies enacted by Democrats here in California.
Well, let me push back on that, because California's gas prices, yes, you're right, have long been higher than most other states, but they've also gone up in the wake of the conflict with Iran. They went up by some 30% since the war started. Do you think this conflict is hurting Californians?
Well, obviously the gas price spike, which is obviously temporary, it's caused, you can track it directly to a specific event, and when that is over, so I'm sure the president intends, he's been clear in all his remarks about it, it will come down again. What won't come down unless we vote for a Republican governor is California's gas prices, because that's the result of the insane attempt to phase out California oil production.
I mean, Steve, there are a lot of economists that disagree with that assessment. I mean, when it comes to gas prices, they can go up fairly quickly, but can take a long time to go down. I mean, economist Mark Zandi told my Politico colleague Megan Messerly, quote, "I don't think we're going to go back to pre-war prices for the foreseeable future. Certainly won't be this year, won't even be next year, might not be ever." I mean, even if the war were to end tomorrow, experts say it could really take a long time before consumers here see the difference.
Right, but why? It's still going to be $2 higher in California. So that's the argument. Like, why are we paying we're the same Americans? We're paying $2 and we're paying $2 a gallon more in California than states that have no oil reserves, even though we have abundant oil reserves right here in California. It's entirely the result of Democrat policies. It's insane Democrat policies. For example, that we now nearly 80% of the oil and gas use in California So in the name of climate, we're shipping oil halfway around the world in giant super tankers spewing out carbon emissions. They're not only increasing gas prices through this insane policy, they're actually increasing carbon emissions. None of it makes sense. And so that's a very simple argument. And you'd go down the list of what I'm talking about under my Cal Affordable plan. $3 gas, cut your electric bills in half, your first 100 grand tax-free, a home you can afford to buy. These are very practical things that we can deliver in California if we just vote for a new governor.
$3 gas, though, is going to be difficult. Its environment again with this conflict. I mean, look.
No, I agree with you. By the way, I don't disagree.
No, but these national issues are ongoing over the conversation. Like the people I know in California are talking a lot about what this administration is doing in Iran. Like, ultimately, do you believe this conflict is in the best interest of your potential constituents in California?
So I can only affect what I'm responsible for. Right now, that's my campaign. And when I'm governor, policy in California. I think we have to stop nationalizing everything. That's been in a sense.
It used to be all politics are local, now it's all politics are national.
I think that's what one of the problems is, that California has not focused enough on what's being generated out of here. I'm in Sacramento, as mentioned, and the stuff that's being churned out by the legislature. When you have a 2/3 majority, there's no restraint on what they do. Gavin Newsom hasn't been a restraint. He's just been completely absent, even by the account of many Democrats. He's just totally disengaged. So for the last 8 years, under Jerry Brown, the previous governor, was much more engaged. He was much more interested in policy. He would engage with the legislature. As a result, some of the bad policy that came out of the 2/3 Democrat majority, which is really a corrupt and gerrymandered supermajority, is totally controlled by lobbyists and the unions and so on. It's completely corrupt. And so you've seen absolutely disastrous policies spew out of Sacramento that have really, really hurt, especially working class Californians as businesses. Endless increases in cost and regulation and litigation and taxes and hassle that has given us, according to Chief Executive Magazine, for 10 years in a row, the worst business climate in America. According to US News and World Report, we're now 50th out of 50 states for opportunity. All these terrible things. It's come out of Sacramento. It's nothing to do with what's been happening at the federal level. In that period, you've had Republican administration, Democrat administration in the form of the Biden administration, of course, and then, nearly a couple of years now, the Trump administration. That's all been going on in Washington. And yet in California, it's all been going in one direction. Terrible for Californians. And so we've got to get serious about where most of the decisions that actually affect Californians are made. And that's here in Sacramento, not in Washington.
More from my conversation with Steve Hilton after the break. We'll be right back. If you're enjoying the show, please rate and review us. It really helps other people find the show. Welcome back to the conversation. So, Steve, I don't know if our listeners can tell, but you're British.
I'm not British, Tasha. I'm American.
And you are kind of creating the modern brand of the British conservative. Here in the United States, there's a lot of debates over, what is the Republican Party in this moment? Where's it going? I'm curious, right now, do you consider a MAGA Republican?
So let me just... But I moved here in 2012 with my wife and my 2 sons, and they're not necessarily intending to stay forever. It's actually to do with, it's really for the sanity of our family. At the time that we moved, most of my career has been in business. I've run small businesses, including restaurants, worked for larger businesses. So most of my career in business, but I was in government for a couple of years, working inside number 10 Downing Street, senior advisor to the Prime Minister, really responsible for the implementation, working to lead the implementation of our domestic policy reform program. So I had this big job in 10 Downing Street, had my little office there next to the cabinet room, and my wife had a big job. She was then working. So when I was just a lot of dislocation, the time difference. So for the sanity of our family, we moved to California, not necessarily intending to stay, but we absolutely loved it here. I taught at Stanford, started a business here, and just became thoroughly Californian in every way. I've been in California, and it's ideal, which is how I see it, long before we moved here. So we decided to stay and applied for a green card, and then I became a citizen in 2021. So I really am thoroughly American in the sense that I've also renounced my UK citizenship. I've been a public figure.
You want to go in this entrance or the emergency entrance?
The emergency.
So, yes, the support for the president, and as I said, to have his endorsement. California is very special place. And one of the things I think is really is that like I said earlier, we focus on California. I consider myself a California conservative, a California.
California Republican Party is vis-a-vis the president. Do you see that as a review of Trump?
You're welcome, Dave. Have a good night.
It was that's a good thing. I'm saying strongly it's time for an outside to come and shake up the system. It's very corrupt. And I've got to tell you, that whole endorsement process was a little bit of a reflection of that. So when you say this third party endorses it, the process is very, I've never seen it before, very particular. You've got these delegates, there's, I don't know, 1,500 or something like that. Most of them don't come. And so you have these pots of votes. I didn't know anything.
Starting it right there.
Well, first of all,
We let it all go down like that.
He's been working for years. He announced a trial campaign for governor long before I even knew about it. And he'd signed up most of and nearly all the legislators to support him long before I even entered the race. He'd played that inside game, if you like, for many, many years. And so he came into the convention believing and saying publicly that he had the votes to get the endorsement, which is a 60% threshold. And he was saying that as recently as the Friday before the vote, which was on Sunday. He said, yeah, we've got the votes. Steve's trying to block it, but I think he said that to one of your colleagues at Politico. So Steve's got the vote. Steve's trying to block it, but he can't. We've got the votes. And so honestly, to come out with a split decision and no endorsement was very much a win for us, very much. So we were very happy with that outcome. And so I think that the lesson for me is, yeah, if you play the inside game, then you've got an advantage.
Let's talk about a couple of policy issues before I let you go. I want to talk about tariffs because the president has continued to look for new ways to down his most sweeping efforts, but tariffs are attacks on consumers. And a recent Yale report found that tariffs led to the average family losing almost $1,800 last year, and Californians were hit even harder. You've called for reducing taxes for Californians, but do you support the president's tariffs?
I think there's a real misunderstanding about the tariffs, and I think it's because people don't take enough of an overview of how the global trading system works. So we don't have in America a value-added tax. No, I think it's something like 80 to 90% of our trading partners in the world do, and it ranges from, the usual range for one of those is kind of 15 to mid 20s, something like that. It's pretty high around the world. When that's translated into trade balances, it also turns into an export subsidy for foreign exporters because they don't pay it for exports. And so we're at a real disadvantage because when people sell into America, they're not paying that. And so actually a 15 or so % tariff, which is where we've ended up, is actually a really good, fair leveling.
Looking at California specifically, California Attorney General sent a letter to Congress demanding action to non-California businesses and consumers. Do you think Californians deserve a refund?
They deserve a refund from the Democrat policies that have given us the highest cost of living in the country. Our electric bills are more than double the national average. Gas price is the highest in the country.
But not from the Supreme Court ruling on the IEEPA tariff?
Anything that the federal government has done in the last 2 years pales into almost complete insignificance compared to what the Democrat policies have done in California. We actually did put a cost on it. We compared the cost of living in California on all the key areas, rent and housing, electric, everything. in the sort of typical household budget with the US average. And here's the number. The typical California pays $35,000 a year more as a direct result of Democrat policies. I call it the California Democrat tax. $35,000. For many people, it's much higher. That's the average. $35,000. That's what I'm focused on. America as a whole voted for President Trump, and he was very clear about the tariffs as part of his plan. That's the result of the election nationally in 2024. I'm focused on 2026 in California. My goal, and that what I will be able to influence as governor, is to bring down that Democrat tax so that we're not imposing all these costs on Californians from right here in California.
California right now is also suing the administration for its new 10% global tariffs. Would you halt that lawsuit if you were elected?
Yes, it's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, we're so sick of these, performative politics from Gavin Newsom and Bonta. They spent all their time fighting Trump instead of fighting for Californians. It's ridiculous. It's just such a distraction. And meanwhile, everything gets worse.
The other big issue in California is AI. It's an issue in California. It's an issue everywhere. I know you've been skeptical of regulating AI, but
yes.
Do you think that a technology this powerful and disruptive should be left solely in the hands of private companies, in many cases just individuals like the Sam Altmans of the business? Should it be solely in their hands to control?
Well, I think it's incredibly important we think about it the right way. And I don't think that's what politicians are doing generally, especially in California. So first of all, this is an industry that creates tremendous opportunity and wealth. And we got to make sure we stay in the lead. And California is in the lead globally. And I want to make sure we not only keep our lead, but increase it. And especially with respect to China, which is absolutely right there. So we've got to be serious about that. We cannot just hand over leadership of this to China, a communist authoritarian regime. What are they going to do with AI? We cannot do that. That's a national security imperative. And we in California are in the lead on making sure that doesn't happen. And as governor, that is what I will do. Secondly, I'm totally skeptical of, and I've seen it many times, of politicians who literally don't understand what they're talking about, trying to micromanage something that they don't understand and ending up producing all sorts of unintended consequences that just get in the way of sensible policymaking. That's what we're seeing in California. Endless bills churned out by these people in the legislature who truly haven't got a clue what they're talking about. And I think we've got to be really careful of that. Thirdly, what they should actually be focused on is making sure we prepare ourselves and especially our kids for a future that we cannot predict. And so what they really should be doing is focusing on their actual job, which is making sure we have a decent education system in California, which we don't. Less than half of our kids can read properly at grade level. It's insane. The amount on math is about a third. It's absolutely catastrophic. How's anyone going to cope in the new? And they've completely eliminated trade skills and vocational training from the curriculum pretty much. So in every single way, we are lamentably failing to prepare our kids for the future, whatever that may bring. So that should be the focus. Then another point, which is the investment that's coming from AI, the jobs that are being created by AI. I want the whole stack of that to be valued right now. The value creation is here, the high-end jobs. That's great, and I want that to continue and grow. But all the investment in manufacturing and data centers, all these things, where you've got a whole set of blue-collar jobs, if you like, that's all going to other states because it's impossible to build anything or do anything in California. We need to change that as well.
The other major industry that you have in California is obviously directors released a letter this week opposing Paramount's acquisition of Warner Brothers, saying that the deal would result in, quote, fewer opportunities for creators, fewer jobs across the production ecosystem, higher costs, and less choice for audiences in the U.S. and around the world. Do you support the deal?
Again, it's so interesting to me that, we missed the real point. The real point is that this industry is being crushed by the same forces that are crushing other businesses and causing them to leave in California.
Well, but I think this is kind of a narrow, specific question, so I would love your take on whether you think this is a good deal or not.
I don't have any sort of jurisdiction over it, and I haven't really focused on it. I'm focused on making sure that we help create jobs in the entertainment industry by looking at the tax incentive structure. That's very important because we're being completely outbid by other states.
Take a step back for a moment, and my final question to you here. California has been at the forefront of the resistance against Trump. And that's not just Governor Newsom. That's a lot of voters aren't happy with the Trump administration. If voters resist certain Trump policies, whether that's on immigration or on environment or education, will you side with Sacramento or Washington?
I mean, look, we have a system that's in our constitution. You have federal elections and you have state and local elections, and you have clear responsibilities allocated to those different parts of government.
Well, sometimes those responsibilities get
They
a little
interact.
bit gray. They get muddled. I mean,
Absolutely.
the National Guard troops getting sent to states, for example.
I agree. They interact. But broadly speaking, the country made a decision very clearly. There's no dispute. Popular vote, all 7 swing states in 2024. The president couldn't have been clearer.
California went blue, though.
I know, but it's a national election. He's the president. Just as well Biden was president. He was president in all the red states as well, and all the red states had to put up with Biden policies they didn't particularly agree with. That's our system. That's election. That's democracy. Democrats have been lecturing us for years about how much they cherish our democracy. So let's cherish our democracy and acknowledge that when you have a national election, that applies to all the states. But of course, we have a federal system, which I also cherish. I've always been a great believer in decentralization. All the books I've written, the businesses I started, the policy I've advocated for, one of the most important themes is decentralizing power. So I'm a strong advocate for making sure that as much as possible is done at the state level.
So when President Trump sent National Guard troops to California, Governor Newsom sued. He stood up against that. A lot of Californians were protesting that. What would you do with that situation?
Just like with all these lawsuits, it's another example of this performative politics to build Newsom's brand. Because if you actually look at this particular issue of immigration enforcement, and then you look at the California aspect of that. In 2017, the California legislature passed what's become known as the California Sanctuary Laws, SB 54. And in that bill, in the Sanctuary Law of California, there's a long section, which I've read in detail, that allows for cooperation between state and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement on immigration. It's in the Sanctuary Bill. And so when Newsom and Karen Bass and Elaine, all these people run around saying, oh, we can't, we're not cooperating. That's actually contradicts both the letter and the spirit of our own sanctuary law in California. And so I said very clearly that when I'm governor, I want to lower the temperature on this. We're not going to have this performative confrontation. We're going to have a cooperative relationship and make sure that all laws are peacefully enforced.
All right, Steve Hilton, so much to talk about, such an important election, largest economy in the country. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk about it all.
Fantastic to be with you. Thank you.
This has been The Conversation with Dasha Burns, presented by Playbook. Blair Guile and Caitlin Hartman are our senior producers. Our booking producers are Meg Myers and Nicholas Cerrone. Audio production by Alyssa John Perry. Mixing by Pat Murdoch. Our theme music is by Steve Bone. Ben Raminga is Politico's Vice President of Audio and Video. And Veronica Tejera is Deputy Head of AV. Kyle Blaine is the Executive Producer of Playbook. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next week. And to make sure you never miss an episode of The Conversation, subscribe to the podcast.
Presented by United Health. Voters in Virginia are weighing in on the ongoing redistricting battle between Democrats and Republicans. On Tuesday, voting ends on a ballot measure that would lead to a new congressional map. These new districts could provide Democrats a big boost ahead of midterms. NPR's Ashley Lopez joins us now. Hey, Ashley.
Hey there.
So let's start with the vote. What exactly are voters being asked to approve?
Yeah, so they're being asked to give state lawmakers in Virginia the ability to redraw the state's congressional districts ahead of the midterms. Virginia is one of those states that has an independent redistricting commission, which essentially takes the power of drawing political lines away from politicians. But lawmakers are asking voters there to allow them to basically circumvent that commission so that they can create roughly 4 more seats that could favor Democrats.
Yeah, and of course, this would not be happening, I assume, if there were to this ongoing fight over redistricting.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this all started with President Trump getting nervous about the midterms.
and deciding he wanted to have a bit of an edge so his party doesn't lose as many seats as he's worried they might. So he asked Texas lawmakers to create 5 more seats that favor Republicans in the state. And since then, a bunch of other states have decided to do the same. And then in Virginia last year, Democrats took full control of the government, which allowed them to join in the fight.
All right, let's go to the Virginia vote. What are the chances of this ever passing?
You know, there's a natural That's not entirely surprising, right? These are very different states. California is much bluer. Virginia is more of a purple state, which means they're just more independent and Republican voters who are obviously less invested in seeing Democrats gain some political advantage.
Okay, so we're not sure, but what are the polls saying? They tell us.
I mean, very little, but yes. I mean, it shows that there's slightly more support for the measure than there is disapproval, but it's pretty close, which is why voters are getting pummeled with ads and lots of money is being spent by both sides. However, I do think it's worth saying that if the voting trends we have seen since last year continue, this ballot measure is unlikely to pass. Democrats are particularly fired up lately. We've seen them outperform expectations in a bunch of special elections across the country, including in Virginia, some big statewide races last year, as I mentioned. Democrats are fighting against what they see as a power grab from Republicans, and this is one of the few ways they can fight back. Democrats don't have power in Washington, but they have full control in some states like Virginia.
It is becoming decentralized. So as we mentioned, your Virginia's the latest state to consider a new map. Get us up to speed on what other states have districted. What's the national picture?
Yeah, so as Texas redrew its map, California Democrats countered with a ballot measure similar to Virginia's that would allow them to basically do Republicans in Texas. But Republicans in Missouri and North Carolina also created more seats for their party. Utah and Ohio had to draw maps anyway, and Ohio's boosted Republicans a bit, and Utah's boosted Democrats a bit. But all told, Republicans have a bit of an edge, and they were hoping to.
Okay, so all those states, once Virginia referendum's done, are we done with this? I mean, are there any other states?
I mean, because primary elections have already started in parts of the country, a lot of states are pretty much out of time to change their maps. A notable exception to this is Florida. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis called for a special session at the end of this month so that lawmakers, among other things, could draw more favorable seats for Republicans.
Are GOP lawmakers game to do that?
I mean, many are, but there are some Republicans who are skeptical about whether this is a good idea after Democrats flipped a few state legislature seats, including one in the district that includes Mar-a-Lago. So there are some fears that making some Republican seats less safe to create new seats could actually backfire, but we'll see. And of course, there's this voting rights case before the Supreme Court that is looming over all of this, which could prompt more states to redistrict. But the later we get in the year, the less likely districts are to change.
That is NPR's Ashley Lopez. Ashley, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
From Los Angeles, this is Democracy Now!
Exciting because it's 48 years. We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah.
A 10-day ceasefire has begun in Lebanon, raising hopes throughout the country. But southern Lebanon remains occupied by Israeli troops. That's about 10% of the country. We'll go to Beirut. Between the United States and Iran after the first round collapsed. And we speak to Alia Rahman. She's filed a personal injury claim against the Department of Homeland Security and her ICE agents in Minneapolis smashed her car window, dragged her out, and detained her while she was heading to a medical appointment.
I was carried face down through the street. I now cannot lift my arms normally.
never charged with it. And more coming up. To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Good. Celebrations broke out across Lebanon overnight after Israel agreed to a 10-day ceasefire. Nearly 2,200 people in Lebanon, including 172 continued airstrikes right up until the ceasefire, including attacks on the city of Tyre that killed at least 13 people. Elsewhere, Israel bombed a school in southern Lebanon and blew up further isolating southern Lebanon from the rest of the country. Israeli forces now occupy about 10%. 1.2 million people displaced from their homes. This is Ibrahim, living in a tent in Beirut after he fled Israeli strikes in the suburb of Nahia.
They gave a 10-day ceasefire, but we don't accept that. 10 days, if we want to go back to our homes, 10 days and the war returns, we don't want that. Either our land is fully returned or we don't want the ceasefire. We'll continue. Beirut's southern suburbs has been destroyed. Who will compensate me?
After headlines, we'll go to Beirut for the latest. In Israel, hundreds of people rallied in Tel Aviv on Palestinians by Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank. Human rights groups say it was the largest protest of its kind yet in Israel. It came after Israel's high court on public gatherings. The U.S. House of Representatives rejected a war powers resolution seeking to rein in President Trump's ability to wage war on Iran. On Thursday, every House Republican voted against the resolution except Congressmember Thomas Massie. It failed on a vote of 213 to 214 after Democrat Jared Golden of Maine crossed the aisle to vote with the Republicans. The Senate narrowly rejected an Iran war powers resolution one day earlier. On Thursday, President Trump repeated his claim that a deal to end the war in Iran is, quote, very close, and that direct talks with Iran could resume in Pakistan as soon as this weekend. Despite the claims, the Pentagon is surging thousands of additional troops to the Middle East, including an additional 6,000 aviators joining the USS George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier battle group. The ships were recently spotted steaming around the southern tip of Africa, avoiding a much shorter passage through the Red Sea, where they were missiles and drones of Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi movement. In Ukraine, at least 17 people were killed as Russia launched its deadliest drone and missile attacks of the year on key cities. Among the dead was a 12-year-old child. Dozens more were wounded. This is Valery Shashkov, an 84-year-old who had to have glass shards removed from his face after Russian strikes shattered the windows of his home.
It hit me like a smash. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't figure out what had happened. That blood was flowing all around me, you see. I looked up and then there was another strike.
The violence came at the end of a 32-hour Orthodox Easter truce that each side accused the other of violating. On Thursday, Russian officials said a Ukrainian drone attack on the Black Sea port of Tuapse killed 2 people, including a teenage girl. The strikes also triggered a massive fire at one of Russia's largest oil refineries. In New Jersey, progressive Democrat Ana Lilia Mejia has won a special election to fill the House seat left vacant by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. Mejia's victory further narrows Republicans' razor-thin majority. When she's sworn in, House Speaker Mike Johnson will only be able to afford a defection by a single Republican legislation on a party line vote. He is the daughter of a Colombian garment worker and a Dominican laborer and a former union organizer who served as a national political director for Bernie Sanders in 2020. On the campaign trail, she called for the abolition of ICE and was the only candidate to say she believed Israel committed genocide in Gaza.
80% of Gaza is in rubble. Can we agree that that is wrong? Can we agree that cutting the electricity to water desalination plants is not only wrong, but it goes against the Geneva Convention?
The House of Representatives has approved a short-term extension of FISA, that's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, over the objections of private advocates who warn it allows the government to conduct warrantless domestic surveillance on a massive scale. Without congressional action, the program was due to expire in 3 days. The White House and House Speaker Mike Johnson were seeking an 18-month extension, but those plans were thwarted when a bloc of conservatives revolted against the bill. It also faces opposition from some Democrats, including California Congressmember Ro Khanna, who said in a social media post Republicans called lawmakers back at midnight for a, quote, secret vote to reauthorize FISA while America sleeps.
This will give Donald Trump the power to surveil or collect data on Americans through a back door. There really is not a philosophical debate here. A yes vote is a vote to give Donald Trump more power over American citizens. A no vote is a vote to stand up to Donald Trump. Every Democrat should be a no on the reauthorization of FISA.
The House of Representatives has passed a resolution to extend temporary protected status, that's TPS, for 330,000 Haitian immigrants in the United States after the Trump administration canceled the program. 10 Republicans joined House Democrats in Thursday's 224 to 204 vote. The bill was sponsored by Massachusetts Democrat Ayanna Pressley. Ahead of Thursday's vote, she told the story of Rebecca, a Haitian immigrant who moved to Massachusetts after the devastating earthquake in 2010 resulted in the deaths of an estimated 220,000 people. It was already the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
She witnessed the rise in gangs and saw her beautiful country overtaken by political violence and instability. After surviving multiple kidnapping attempts, out of desperation, Rebecca made the same decision that any of us would make in her position. She immigrated to the United States. She quickly enrolled in school to learn English. She obtained a job to support herself and her family. Now in 2026, thanks to her legal status under TPS, Rebecca is a certified nursing assistant.
A Senate version of the bill extending TPS for Haitians faces an uphill battle in the Senate, and the White House has promised to veto any such legislation. President Trump repeatedly used racist rhetoric to lash out against Haitians. During the 2024 campaign, he amplified the unfounded lie that Haitians were eating pets, cats and dogs, in Springfield, Ohio. The acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, has announced his resignation from the agency just 1 year after his appointment to oversee Trump's rapid expansion of nationwide ICE raids, immigration, detention, and deportations. Todd Lyons, who was never confirmed by the Senate, says he's stepping down in May. During his tenure, he repeatedly defended ICE's tactics as the agency faced mounting scrutiny over its agents' violent crackdown on protesters and dehumanizing treatment of immigrants. In Minnesota, Hennepin County prosecutors have charged an ICE agent with felony assault for allegedly pointing his gun at the heads of two people who were in a car beside him. Earlier this year, the agent, Gregory Donald Morgan Jr., reportedly had tried to pass their vehicle while illegally driving his unmarked SUV on a Minneapolis highway. Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty announced the charges on Thursday.
Mr. Morgan's conduct was extremely dangerous. Driving while pointing a weapon at the victims who were in another moving too many.
This is the first criminal case against an ICE agent involved in Trump's so-called Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota. During the crackdown earlier this year, federal agents deployed to the Twin Cities shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens, Renee Good and Alex Creppy. In related news, Minneapolis resident Alia Rahman has filed a personal injury claim against DHS after ICE agents in Minneapolis smashed her car window, dragged her out, and detained her. She was heading to a doctor's appointment in January. Alia Rahman will join us from Minneapolis. Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott has threatened to cut about $200 million in public safety funding to Houston, Dallas, and Austin if their local law enforcement agencies refuse to collaborate with ICE in the arrest and detention of immigrants over minor infractions as traffic stops. This was reportedly notified Houston officials the state would be withdrawing some $110 million in public safety grants after the city adopted an ordinance that limits police's cooperation with ICE. The FBI's arrested a man who was shot by ICE agents in Patterson, California last week and charged him with assaulting a federal officer. Carlos Ivan Mendoza Hernandez was taken into custody after being discharged from the hospital Monday, where he underwent several multiple gunshots, including to the jaw. Hernandez reportedly attempted to drive away when federal officers surrounded his car during a traffic stop while he was on his way to work. He later said he feared the officer was going to shoot him. Meanwhile, the Texas advocates are demanding a release of a long-time court. Morgan Jr. reportedly had tried to pass their vehicle while illegally driving his unmarked SUV on a Minneapolis highway. Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty announced the charges on Thursday.
Driving while pointing a weapon out of your moving vehicle at the victims who were in another moving vehicle could have led to yet another disastrous incident. Suffered too many.
This is the first criminal case against an ICE agent involved in Trump's so-called Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota. During the crackdown earlier this year, federal agents deployed to the Twin Cities shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens. In related news, Minneapolis resident Alia Rahman has filed a personal injury claim against DHS after ICE agents in Minneapolis smashed her car window, dragged her out, and detained her while she was heading to a doctor's appointment in January. Alia Rahman will join us from Minneapolis later in the broadcast. Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott has threatened to cut about $200 million in public safety funding to Houston, Dallas, and Austin if their local law enforcement agencies refuse to collaborate with ICE in the arrest and detention of immigrants over minor infractions such as traffic stops. This week, Abbott's office reportedly notified Houston officials the state would be withdrawing some $110 million in public safety grants after the city adopted an ordinance that limits police's cooperation with ICE. The FBI's arrested a man who was shot by ICE agents in Patterson, California last week and charged him with assaulting a federal officer. Carlos Ivan Mendoza Hernandez was taken into custody after being discharged from the hospital Monday, where he underwent several surgeries from multiple gunshot wounds, including to the jaw. Hernandez reportedly attempted to drive away when federal officers surrounded his car during a traffic stop while he was on his way to work. He later said he feared the officers were going to shoot him. Meanwhile, in Texas, advocates are demanding the release of a longtime court interpreter and the only licensed Punjabi, Hindi, and Urdu interpreter in the state, who was detained by ICE last month. Meenu Batra has lived in the United States for over 35 years. She fled India following violence against sex in Punjab and arrived in the United States in 1991. Her attorneys fear Batra could be deported to a country she has no ties to under Trump's so-called third country agreements. Batra has spoken out against the inhumane conditions of her detention at the El Valle ICE jail in Raymondville, Texas. In Virginia, police say Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax fatally shot his estranged wife, Serena Fairfax, before taking his own life. The couple's teenage children were home at the time of the murder-suicide, which took place 2 weeks before Fairfax faced a court-ordered deadline to move out of their home. In 2019, 2 women publicly accused Fairfax of sexual assault. And Hampshire College, a private liberal arts college in Amherst, Massachusetts, has announced it will close by the end of 2026 following years of financial struggles. The Huron Consulting Group has warned over 400 of the nation's 1,700 private nonprofit four-year colleges and universities are at risk of closing or having to merge within the next 10 years. This comes amidst growing attacks on education by the Trump administration and decades of skyrocketing tuition costs, declining student enrollment, and a student debt crisis. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Coming up, we go to Beirut, Lebanon, and also look at a possible new round of talks between the United States and Iran. Stay with us.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Okay.
I'm well.
My brother, okay? 1 minute. I'm gonna call my brother, okay? How long?
10 minutes.
Best. Hello? Just 10 minutes. I have my sleep down. 10 minutes, okay?
Times of Love by Las Cafeteras here.
Where are you from?
Actually, in our Democracy
Sorry?
Now! Studio in New York in 2017.
Born and bred right here in Jersey.
Is in Los Angeles. Yes,
North.
Democracy Now! Is in Los Angeles because the new documentary has had its theatrical
From where?
release in New
Stanford,
York
I
and
grew up
Los
in Rochester,
Angeles,
but
the
I'm
Bay
from
Area,
Stanford.
called Steal
Stanford?
the Story, Please.
Connecticut?
Today I'll be at the Lemley Royal at
Yeah,
1:10 to do a
I
Q&A
come back
after
here.
the
I almost
50
died.
years. It's a fundraiser
I looked
for
at Russian
the
spot
Pacifica
right
radio
here.
station
Right there?
KPFK here in Los
You go there?
Angeles. As the film travels the country,
No,
Democracy Now!
Russians
is
don't really
hosting
allow
fundraisers for
non-Russians.
When I went there myself,
This is Democracy Now! Democracy Now!
almost killed myself.
We begin looking at the latest on
I
Iran. The
was
stakes
in
may
a
not
relationship
be
with
high.
Lebanon
The
person.
gradual ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran has not yet led to the reopening of the Strait of
I came
Hormuz,
back
the
here from my
economically
family.
vital waterway for economies all over the world. On Thursday, President Trump repeated his claim a deal to end the war in Iran is very close and that direct talks with Iran.
How do I like America?
Islamabad, Pakistan.
But I was born and raised here.
This comes after a high-level Pakistani delegation visited Tehran on Wednesday, seeking to lay the
I'm about to be a
negotiations.
social worker,
Spokesperson for Iran's foreign
Yeah.
ministry said he
Awesome.
remains skeptical of the United States.
What language do you speak?
Russian, Polish, Spanish, Ukrainian, Slovakian I am. So everything else, I understand more than you speak, you know. Lebanon, I teach before. I'm not a teacher, I'm a teaching as well. Languages is going to be important, very important in America now.
To the Middle East, including an additional 6,000 sailors and aviators joining the USS George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier battle group.
I'm a
During
social
news
worker,
briefing at the
a
Pentagon
translator.
Thursday, Defense Secretary Pete
So,
Hegseth
yeah,
directed
I
some
think I'm
of
gonna
his
take
comments
risk
to the
teaching all
Iranians.
languages for kids. Very important to me now.
Yeah.
Language for kids are very important.
And loaded on your critical dual use
I come back
on your main power generation and on your
I was in an abusing relationship.
We'd rather not have to do it, but we're ready to go at the command of our president and at
More on the latest developments in a very pivotal moment for this war. We're joined by Ali Baez. He's in Geneva, in Switzerland, senior advisor to the president of the International Crisis Group, where he's also the Iran project director. He wrote a piece earlier this month for the New York Times headlined, Trump has lost control of events in Iran. Ali Baez, thanks for joining us again. Do you feel that way still? What is your understanding of talks again happening in Pakistan, the significance of the Pakistani delegation?
I hear this and I have to translate things like this to kids, you know. Like you listen, right? You know what I mean? Real. Five minutes. Okay. Where do you go?
Right here in Jersey.
I grew up in Waterford. I'm in Chicago. Close to my mother's. Married with kids?
Yes. Yes and yes.
Nice. I really like that.
How about you? Married, kids?
Yeah, after a beautiful relationship. Very bad situation. I come here just for my family. Stanford. Not to Chicago. Or airport. It's beautiful. Time is money, you know. People say that, you know. That's not how I look at it.
Well, time is the only thing that money can't buy.
Yeah.
Everything else can be bought and paid for.
I look at the people in my life. I have 7 lives for a reason. I was hospitalized recently. I'm here for a reason. And I started so much appreciation. I don't know how to explain to you. Cherish what you have.
Are you better now? Or are you still sick?
Good.
You're good? Good.
You know me?
I do not.
I had a seizure. I had a seizure. My family separated. I'm the one that's called collect. We went to the Russian spa with my family. Over there, Route 4.
Mm.
And what's it called? I'm here only because I'm a family person. That's what it is. That's appreciation for what you have, what you have. I was dying next to friends. They're fighting in Europe and everywhere.
Yeah, they are.
Mm-hmm. Friends in Iran. All the friends over there. What the fuck is this?
I have no idea.
What the hell? Oh my gosh, come on. What the hell? Are you serious?
Normally I would take it, but I can't see what's coming off that road.
No, don't do it. Seriously. Are you serious? Okay. Yeah, hallelujah. So brave. Sorry. need to come outside to fucking that time. Look. Stupid. 1 minute, come outside. I am right here. All right, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome so much. You have a good night. Feel better.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much. That's a big girl. There's a rabbit over there if you want him.
You don't have your friends on. You just black and mild smoking a blunt. You chasing behind, and then a brother walk up on you, a sister walk up on you, and your different mentality. They're like, man, they're about to hand you a flower, thinking you're somebody in the world. Then you look around, it's you. Man, it's crazy. Can't be like that. So if we say we love Christ, we gotta love our neighbor. All right, I'm gonna.
No, Joe, what's up, Christ bless you. How you doing, sir?
Good, H. Shalom, shalom, you sorry, Christ bless. Good, man. Y'all playing the video of the brother. I seen that. It's crazy. You see that all the time, man. And people say they want to change, but they ain't trying to change.
It's true.
I don't know if y'all seen the World News today, but man, back in Shreveport, man, the brother early this morning, man, decided to end his kids' lives, like 7 of them, and then he killed their little cousin, all kids, and then shot the baby's mother in the head. She critical shot up. I think it was the one he was dealing with allegedly, but he fled, carjacked somebody then, and got shot over in Bossier by the police. And man, it was like it's major news all over the place. But he was out there trying to teach, man. One brother was turning up the gospel.
Well, you know what? Just know y'all in the same spirit, you know what I'm saying, as the leadership that's down in South America, South Africa, because that same thing happening up. You know what I'm saying? But people, they want to hear the truth. They turn on gospel music. Trying to drown out the truth.
That's crazy. That is crazy, man. They come out. People trying to get comfortable. You gotta get comfortable with the truth. You know what I'm saying? To the truth and all you is like gospel music, man. You know, like the reason the Bible praising and saying, you know what I'm saying? It was like victory. You know what I'm saying? It was victory music, not what they talk about today. All that Benny garbage. Nobody want to hear that. I mean, listen to that, and they ain't saying nothing. Like what that shooting happened, that man, it's like it's churches all over the place, and been a lot of murders over there in the neighborhood called City Coast. No, man, teaching the truth. No laws of God is going on in our community, and it's all in the street. It's all over the place. The number of churches, and they fill in my communities. You know what I'm saying? The mindset of our people, well, we ain't got to keep the law. We can't do it. Jesus did it for me. Now I can be a murderer. I can still get the kingdom of heaven. And this is the mentality of so-called gangsters or people that got hate to each other. I asked the brother, I'm like, man, why you think these young men, you know, dropping down? The brother was like, I think he said it was like 54. He was like, man, because they've been beat down. They've been beat down. No positive role models. They get murder music comes to them. They get evil media. Yeah. So it's important to imagery. They can put a positive change in people's mind. A lot of these fools say, well, it don't matter what the Christ look like, it don't matter. But every kid that 9 out of 10 kids that you point out and ask who sees your boy is, they're like, they're Jesus. But then you point to the other image, oh, they're the devil. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you see Christ as the devil. So, man, the don't stop this foolishness like that 15-year-old getting killed. And then, man, like, he done fought. She should be fighting. But man, fought and put out the gun and killed his brother, like, you know what I'm saying? Not thinking. Like King Hurricane said, man, them brothers ain't even got no mind. I got a gun. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, they get this generation different than we were. You know what I'm saying? Unless you was in the game, you weren't just killing people. You'll fight it off and then you'll be out again. These boys just like this because it's music, man. It's glorified music, violence and drugs or whatnot.
You wasn't even in here earlier. And a lot of the stuff that you just said, I said already. I said it earlier. All praises.
All praise.
All praises. Man. All praises. Yes. You know, I mentioned the music. You know, I mentioned about, you know what I'm saying, the fighting and, you know what I'm saying. It's crazy, man. You know, oh man, the hatred people have for each other is
It's crazy. It's real life, bro. It's real life. Like you said, I think I was like, man, brothers would look at each other. They feel like each other stars each other up. But it's a sister that mentioned that in the book. I think it was what was her name? Jordan Green mentioned that. You know how
yes, sir. Yeah, Jordan.
Yes, it's crazy how we, you know what I'm saying, like we see each other as ops. But I was in a video the other night, like a brother came up on another brother sitting in the car. He was getting high, which he should have been, but the man, like he said, like, man, like, dude came and shake him, like, nigga, what you over here? Like, who are you? You be the police, but then a white man pulled up and he ain't say nothing to him. It's crazy. We see each other's inward, we see them as the people of God. We see them as Jesus, so they good. I ain't say they're hard, but they, this is mentality our people got. Hatred, man, we've been broken down, man, to nothing. Just crazy. So, like I said, if we can't love ourselves, we can not love our people.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just as a matter of fact, the last time I was there, when we went to the camp, and talked to those, you know what I'm saying, those young kids, and I asked them, I said, which one is Jesus? And they pointed to Caesar Borgia. And I asked them, I said, so who is this? They said the devil. So you're absolutely right. This happens all the time. You know, they have this the doll test. You know, and they did one on Edomites. They did one on Edomites. You know what I'm saying? You know, and the Edomites, you know, they call us the devil. They said we the evil ones. You know what I mean? We don't give a damn about them. That's just what it is. It's inbred in all of us to think that this is who God is and what He looks like. Everything that looks like us is God. I was sitting in the parking lot, the other dude came to check him, but he didn't say nothing to the white dude. Hell no, he didn't say nothing to God. God might do something to me. Of course not. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. So let's see. Who else we got next? So we got Sister Jocelyn. You've been waiting for a while, sis. How you doing?
Shalom, shalom. Is this right in it? I know, honestly, a part of what scared me straight growing up was a lot of my friends was dead. Time I really witnessed it, it was like 15 coming from a basketball game. We was all cool at the basketball game. And then on the way home, we started fighting each other. And that was the first time somebody pulled out a gun and started shooting. I'm like, hey, we all grew up together. I ain't understand the dramas between the men. You know what I mean? The boys at the time. I ain't understand that. But just to be sitting in a park talking to one of your friends, and 5 minutes later they dead, that was like the trauma that came with it. But not only the trauma, but I mean, just growing up, a lot of people that I knew, and I'm 36, so a lot of people that I knew growing up really didn't believe in God, you know, and none of us young people, when we was forced to go to church, we ain't really want to be there. We used to sneak out and go find vending machines, and Like it wasn't nothing holding us there, but the beautiful thing was my grandma always made me read the Bible, like, and in a lot of instances, nobody I knew actually read the Bible, and the only way they read the Bible, this is the crazy part about it. I used to tell my friends, like, we don't want my grandma to give us a ride because if we get in her car, we got to read Songs and Proverbs of the day. Like, we going to have to read the Bible. But when I really started reading and I started seeing, like, man, like, it's real. Like, oh, my God, I just went through that today and God talking about it. All I ever hear is people say, like, we don't got no book of life. We don't tell us what to do. And then when we talk about the Bible and all of that, people usually be like, oh, that was manipulated by a white man. That's the white man book. And I mean, it ain't just young people. It ain't people that's 36 and younger. It's the older people. I talk to the older people and they say, oh, you better get the Egyptian Bible, or, oh, the Bible, the white man's book. But they can't quote the scripture. And then when you go in there and you start hearing the description of Jesus and all the prophets that came out and them describing that they were black, like, it's like, man, like, we really is in the matrix, like y'all always say. We really is in a position of loss. And it's scary because when you try to talk to people about it, they shut you down so quick that they don't even use critical thinking. It's like, man, if this say everything about you, how do you still keep coming up with an excuse to how it ain't for you? It's comfortable. And it ain't comfortable, though. That's what frustrates me, because it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable being scared. You know, I ain't never been to jail. I ain't never created no crime. But when I started driving, every time the police got behind me, I was scared. Unfortunately for me, I was introduced to multiple walks of life at a younger age. So I was a part of things like Ceasefire. I was a part of the community council, the youth council in my community when I was younger. So it was those little things that kept me open. But then when I would look at the people that was happy and, you know, they was holy, that's what you thought, at least, right? When I would look at those people, and then as I became an adult, from a kid to adult, I seen like, it was almost like their soul was sucked out of them. It was like, you know, that person that's always happy, always willing to help, hard working, and then next time you see them, it's nonchalant. It's like they're just a shell. And so, I mean, you're right. We be out here smoking this weed and smoking these FTs and living, still thinking that tomorrow promised to us until it's not. You know what I mean? And so, it's disheartening. You know, I'm scared. You know, it's scary because I got a 14-year-old, soon to be 15-year-old son. You know, I got a 18-year-old little brother that just turned 18. I got nephews now. So at first I was the kid putting RIP on my shirt and on my pants and going to funerals area 2 and 3 times a week. Not even every month. Every couple weeks. Like, it scared me straight enough to know, like, I ain't want to be in that life. And so I ran from it. But what I seen is everywhere I went, even in the professional setting, it was there. Everywhere I go, I got to defend myself because I'm black. It don't matter how good you is, how hard you work, what you do. Everywhere you go, you got to defend yourself. I had a manager tell me, oh, well, he's better qualified than you, even though my numbers was better. And you know, with that, he gave him the job. Young man wasn't even there 2 months later. And you know what he told me when we talked about it? Because we was cordial, we was friends in a sense. He said, that's just my white privilege. They're raised from a young kid feeling like they have privilege over us. And we raised from a young kid feeling like we inferior. What happened in my house, stay in my house. Don't speak unless spoken to. I done learned so much from kids that I ain't even learned from adults. Like, it's like they ain't even got the same fears or the restrictions that's been placed on our mind from the people around us. It's so it's important. The company you keep. I tell my son every day, every decision. And it's either, you know, the consequence is either good or bad. But you got to be the decider of that by your actions and what you succumb to. You know, and it's scary, though, because you could be that kid that's trying not to fight, letting them beat you up and still get killed. And that's what that was. You know, so I just pray that, you know, we all get it together. I'm praying that I get it together. I'm praying that, you know, I become that example 100% that, you know, I want my kids to follow, because I always knew that it was something different about me. I always knew I loved God. I loved the Prince of Egypt, and I always knew that was about us, but I never knew it was about us. Nobody ever said, that's your people. Nobody never told me that. No matter how many times I done heard everything. John 3:16. I love when people come in the room and quote that, because I done heard that my whole life, but never seen it. Like, I never seen that love that they talk about. If that's how it is, why are we being treated like this? Because we are the bottom of the pit. It ain't for everybody. It's us. We are the people that's cursed. We the people that's going through the struggle, and yet still we out here making gasoline with plastic. You know what I mean? I'm gonna yield my mic there because I talk a lot. So I'm gonna just yield my mic there and just say, you know, I'm praying for us, and I know, like I say, God is good. He said He's gonna have the ones that's marked, so it's definitely gonna happen. I just pray I'm a part of it.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you this, sis. You congregating with us?
I'm not congregated, but I have congregated. So I'm new to the area that I'm in. I visited the school, but usually the school that is usually active, like, and I feel like everybody else to say this, like an hour away from me. And at first, I didn't have a car that could get me an hour and a half away. And I do got one now, so I ain't even got no excuses. So I ain't about to be like, you know, I just trying to settle into the new city and, you know, secure the bag. But I know, in securing the bag, I got to secure the laws. He said everything will be added upon you when you seek His kingdom. So that's the real goal.
That's true. That's true. So, he says, get to the school so you can, get left out. You know what I mean?
That part.
Because, look, trust me, I definitely know what it's like to have to drive a long distance. My first school was an hour and a half. My second school became 3 hours, and then it shortened to 2 hours. Then it became 5 minutes. Then it went from 5 minutes to 45 minutes. Now it's an hour and a half again. So, but you know what though? Hey, all praises to the Lord. I have transportation to, you know what I'm saying, to get there. You know what I mean? And, you know what I mean, to be there. You know what I mean? So, hey, make haste, sis, make haste. That's what I'm saying, and that, you know, you get comfortable, and, you know, because what's going to happen is, and I know you know this, but, you know, I want to emphasize, especially for those who may be listening, you know, what's going to happen is, you know, life is going to start lifing. Once life start lifing, you know, it's going to be like, okay, well, I can't get there this week. I'm going to go next week. Then something's going to happen, and you're not going to be able to go next week because life start lifing again. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So, everybody knows you got to get there, so, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you get there, all right, sis?
Yes, sir.
All praises. All praises. So, definitely thank you for your thoughts on the topic. And let's move on. Let's see what we got. We got Judith. Mr. Judith, thank you for your patience. What's your thoughts on the topic? Sister Judith Israel. I'm sorry to be patient with you. Last time I was pretty impatient. As soon as I hit the move, can I hear somebody?
Can you hear me?
Sister Julia?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to turn my TV down.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
So, right. So, what's your thoughts on the topic, sis?
Okay, okay, I'm hearing something different on the TV.
Yeah, because what you gotta do is you gotta turn your TV down.
Yes, sir.
You gotta turn your TV down.
Yes, sir. I got to turn down now. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. The thing is, I agree with everything you all have said. I'm an older sister, so I grew up in the 60s. That's how old I am. And so back in those days, there was no integration at that time. And just like, I think it was King saying that back when the community, took care of everybody. And that's true, because back when I was growing up, all the neighbors looked out for all the kids. And so there was never a time when some kid could jump another kid and no grown-up got involved in it, whether it was a two-parent household or a single-parent household, And in those days, our parents had to know who your friends were. So we were never allowed to be friends with anybody that they didn't know, because usually they knew the parents of that kid, So it was a time like that where they knew the parent of that kid that you were friends with. And so whether you went to the store or to the school or wherever you went, someone knew where you were. They knew who were with you. They knew everything that was going on. And like I said, if a child in the neighborhood, in those days, we didn't have guns. We had our fists. And even if got into a fist fight, some adult or some older kid was going to break that fight up. They didn't allow us to beat each other down. They didn't allow us to bully each other so much. Somebody was always there to step in. And so down the line, through the years and through the generations, things changed where parents are not as tight on their kids as they were when I was a kid. I was even a little lenient on my kids than when I grew up. I didn't spank them as much as I got spankings, So down through the generations, our people just lost sight of, of who we are. Even with the churches, of course, they didn't know the Bible like we know it today. But I have to say, my pastor, he did the best he could, with what he knew. I'll put it that way. They didn't understand the Bible like you men do. They didn't, have that knowledge. God had not opened their eyes to the understanding of the word like we have it now. But some of them did the best they could, because they would keep us kids out of trouble, They would kind of look out for people in the neighborhood, feed people in the neighborhood, and things like that. They didn't know how to teach us the law for whatever reason. I guess they were going with what they were taught. So we weren't taught to keep the laws as we are now. We were taught to a degree, something. We didn't know the Sabbath. We thought it was Sunday, But that's all I really wanted to say. Just wanted to add, not to blame any of the parents, because it could happen to anybody. I feel for them. It could have been my grandchild, So I really feel bad for the parents, what they're going through right now with this kid taking their child's life, taking their child's future. He could have been the next captain or the next deacon, or, God might have had great plans for him, So I just feel bad with what happened to him. So that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you again.
Okay, all praises, all praises. I'm not far behind you as well. They go, hey, Mama them.
Yeah.
On Pleasant Avenue, then turn right on Walnut Street.
stuff like that. Yeah.
So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Hey, thank you, sis. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good night.
Praise.
On Walnut Street, then turn right on Brighton Avenue.
We have true joy. True joy.
Shalom, my brother. I just wanted to say, I sit back and I was listening. And so I watched the video. I don't know if y'all can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I sit back. I'm here all the time. But something was bothering my spirit that we're really not addressing. Something I was telling my mother the other day about my younger brother is that 98% of the time, and I'm only 36, 98% of the time.
On Brighton Avenue, then turn right on Milton Avenue.
Now, I was raised by my mother. I knew my father. He was the only one that gave me an ass whipping. But she kept me away. But she had, how many of us? 6 kids, 6 baby daddies. But
On Milton Avenue, then take up Chehalis on the right.
As I'm looking at this video about the kids, and I catch a train now from this Holocaust museum that I work at with these fake Jews. I'm paying attention to the clients, and they're worse than movies. Now they smoking on the train. They got all this bullshit with them, and I had to interact with them. But when they say the statistics of the majority of these degenerates right now, I come from single parent households, which is the mother. You can see it. There's no discipline, there's no honor, there's no morals, there's no principles. And what I had to grow up and being a father of 5 kids now is that mothers really trade that maintaining a child is the same raising them. They think shelter, food, and clothing is raising a child. And I know it's going to piss some of the women off, but just to be honest here, no woman that I've met ever instill morals and principles in their child as a boy. I'm just going to go to the boy point because I already know how they treat their daughters. They're friends with their daughters, not parents. But we're learning now as I get older that in the world that I was in, I used to do a lot of crazy shit before I found the truth. And what I learned is these mothers are not mothers for real. They're parents, but they think parenting is maintaining their child, which is feeding them, keeping the house over their head, and making sure they go to school and make sure they bathe. And that's not parenting. Morals and principles are not being given to these little boys. They don't have any. They have no discipline. They have no goddamn standing on moral codes at all. So I watched the video and I see this in DC all the time. Like DC is the murder capital of the US to me because we're so small and we're not a state. But if we was a state, we'd be killing more than anybody. And I've been into the feds. They say DC niggas are the wildest niggas. You know why? Because we had to live with our competition in small proximity. So we had to be violent. Now I'm looking at how New York is. They saying St. Louis and Memphis and all these places. That's crazy to me to think that everyone's squandering over this 15-year-old innocent boy being killed. But it's happening every day. Every day. And they wonder why now these kids are soft. You know why these kids are soft? My son, he ain't never going out goddamn side. And like I used to be when we played neighborhood tag and you know, walk to the, well, 10 years old as my son, I was catching the train that was by myself. I was working myself. My son ain't never doing that shit because the world out there now is different than what the hell I grew up. But I blame 95% of that shit on these motherfucking women that say that they want to be independent. They chose that life by not being married before they curried. They're doing that now. They're choosing to be independent and acting like that shit really holds any weight. But now on my closing statement, I'll say is this. These women chose this shit. This is the fruit that they chose, not fathers. These fathers that they're having the kids with are the figures that they like. Women only complain about niggas.
Head to your drop off at 121 West Jersey Street.
They're attracted to. They keep having these pookie and ray ass niggas have babies by them, and then they son grow.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
No, you act like you didn't know you had a fucking demon in your house. We was defying you. These mothers are the problem. But I'll give them. And I rest my case there. I was listening to the conversation, but y'all women need to step up and understand. I see. If she'd have just closed her goddamn legs and not had a fucking child with this dumbass nigga, and now she don't raise the monster that she couldn't contain. Now you got all these little fucking white niggas out here roaming the streets for our kids that we just let them walk around the street. They couldn't go to the movies like we used to. Got to bust in the train like we used to because the niggas got killed at the train station that I go to work. 5% of the time, they come from a single mother household. Raising these men emotional. You step on my shoe, I'm gonna kill you. These are emotional ass driven men. They can't think before they shoot. They just process feelings. But I digress. I'm gonna eat my sandwich. Shalom.
Shalom. Hey, look, I don't know how long you've been in the room, but you know, we definitely spoken on the fact that these same young niggas probably came from a single parent household with a mother involved, right? But at the same time, we just cannot ignore the fact that if the men were in the house, if the men were in their white, you know what I'm saying, place, right? Because let's take it to the Willie Lynch level. That don't get me wrong. I agree with you. And I'm not going, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to agree on this. The only pushback that I'm going to give is the fact that when King put Where Were the Men, we have to think about the fact when I watched an interview from the, you know what I'm saying, the news station. He said nothing that was really effective other than the fact, like, yo, it's just the way it is now. These youngsters, they what can you do? They're throwing their hands up. Right? When that's what God said.
Let me ask you a question. Is it not apparent that the older men, and I've watched this in real time, is it not apparent that the black men are getting beat down from both sides? That's why they're tired.
Of course.
So when you ask King, where's the men part in? I get what he's saying from a righteous point of view. But in the real world, the men are getting tired. We're tired of the women saying they don't need us. I'm not speaking of myself, I'm just speaking for black men. But the older men are just saying, well, y'all women saying y'all don't need us. Then we got the government beating our ass. So now it has reversed from slavery when we came over here with ships where we were both at the bottom to now the men are at the bottom and women are above us because they can get government assistance. We can't. They can make movements shake. We can't. Every movement we shake, they kill us. They know the rule. Don't let the
turn right on River Drive.
in the question itself, it kills the whole argument itself in the question itself. Because the black men have always tried to stand up for the black woman, but now we have the black woman tearing us down as well with the enslavers. It doesn't help at all that when they say when the young men are saying now, man, fuck these young niggas. I know old dude who said, bro, I'm not helping with these young niggas. Look, they'll kill me. These old heads are saying, bro, I'm not even dealing with these niggas. They can pull a gun. They can't fight. They're not gonna fight. They're not gonna listen to you. Say something. They gonna kill you. Why the fuck would I step in? This is why they had a big movement that I mean, I'm not a part of it, but I have lived it. Never been a stepdad. Like, that shit is crazy that when we ask where's the men, we all see the black men around. Black men are saying, we're not dealing with it. We've been around too long. And this is the result of not having men. So we like, bro, all right, fuck it. We don't need them. And we gave them all the opportunities to fix this shit without men. And this is what we got. Excuse my language. I apologize.
Okay. So again, I hear you.
Man, look.
But at the same time.
Look, man. Look. Where are the men? Stop playing with them. Be a man. They're doing this to you. They're doing this to you. They're doing that to you. But you stay laying with them. So I'm going to ask the question. Where you men at? Women can't fight. Mute your mic, bro. I'm talking now. I'll let you talk. Let you talk. Weak talk to me. One second. Yeah. All right. So I understand. Okay. At some point, somebody got to talk to this man. At some point, Christ walked the earth. He went to the men. He dealt with sisters. He went to men to make disciples. I'm not looking for women to be a disciple, brother. I'm looking for women to be a disciple. Now, they're going to have some men that going to hear me and say, here I am. I'm asleep, and I'm up now. That's what I'm looking for. That's what the title about. Hey, Rita, give me that. It's not time to wake up. Sure.
The book of Romans, chapter 13 and verse 11. And that knowing the time, that now it is high time to wake up out of sleep.
So what's up there to women? The women? That's it? Really?
And that knowing the time, that now it is high to awake out of sleep.
Men fed up. I'm tired of this, boss. Let the women do what they want to do. Man. I don't understand. To me, to me, it's just weak. The men, we the head of the nation. I was talking to some men this Saturday at camp, and all these men I was talking to, like, damn, bro, what's wrong with y'all? It's like all the men I spoke to, like, they know what I'm saying, but they just whatever. Women, they control it. What? So you're not gonna step up and take it back? Yeah, you just gonna. I mean, not gonna just gonna lie down and let women whoop your ass. That's weak. You can't stay away and pull your manhood. Tell y'all, bro. The mindset of us, the mindset that we have as men, I don't know, like, how you won't understand the type. Are you with us? You can come here with us. You talking to me, man?
Yeah, I just recently started calling. But I didn't, I was still the type of thing. I wasn't misleading the gender. I was using that as a thing. And I'm taking it, like I said, I'm not taking this off the men at all. But I'm saying was that these men that you were talking about, like I said last, an example of, I was in training, I had to, and these women could be, well, I wasn't. These little boys by him, I was never taking the train. While these women were there, I had to sit there and let them know, like, no, I ain't gonna do that. But in my example, what I'm saying is that most of these women are laying down with the boys and they're calling them men. They are, I'm not speaking on the righteous tip when it comes to the righteous men of the Lord, all praise to the Most High. I'm speaking about the worldly sense of these pookies and ray-rays they call them men. They're not going to step up and do anything because they have no answer for it. I wasn't really speaking on the righteous part. I was speaking on the worldly sense of where I came from in the world, where we come from. Like, we have the video of the woman sitting there doing video tips. I forgot her name, but as she went down for getting punched in the face by a dude. And only thing she did was she was mad because the man was right there and didn't help her. Come to find out, she was a liar. She was doing it for clicks. And that's the type of world that we live in. They want the men to jump in, the real men that's really about that life, really going to tell these guys what they ain't doing that. They want us to step up and do all this hard work for the magazines that these women are making. Then we got the real men over these little boys that's grown as fuck. They can be older than us, but they're little kids. In their birthday. And we gotta hold them accountable. Why? Why don't we hold them accountable? Real men are saying we're stopping, but it's not enough of us. The majority of these young boys out here younger than me, they're being raised by their mother. Not majority of the time. I was raised by my mom. But I perceive myself to be a man. I'm married my wife. I got my kids. I'm doing my business. I'm making sure that they eat and I'm doing my stuff. And I'm not out in the streets doing no nonsense no more. Now I'm finding the Lord. I'm finding the congregation. But I can't. The niggas around me, bro, they not like that. They are emotional as hell and they call themselves men. Just because they're older. But their mind state is just like little kids. Right. Now, so I'm not disagreeing with anything you just said. And I was reading into the title as in you asking for the men. The real men are who? The righteous men. I would go to them. The world we go to. These fake ass niggas that are at age of a man. They being raised by their mama to be little boys. That's all I was saying. Right?
And then, when you want to say anything, it's gotta be busy. Yeah, hey, look, true. Look, I hear you. Yeah, just like he said, and like I was saying before, I understand where you're coming from, but now it's time for us as the men, because you're right. The older men, they have failed us. That older generation, they failed us. It's a wrap. They failed. You know what I'm saying? So now, the men of the Lord, we have to now go out and we got to teach those, and we also have to be one of my favorite scriptures. You know what I'm saying? First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 4.
I had to step away just a second. Hold on. I want to respond to what he said. I am talking to. I'm not talking to those that are in the truth. This question is for the men that come in here, so we can have the conversation, so we can move to the point where brothers start waking up and repenting. It's not so much, to where you gonna go out there and grab everything. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, we can't do all this work by ourselves. So a lot of people might not understand what we're doing. So the title was to bring the men in to have a talk. And I'm showing y'all this topic is showing you, and I wanted to change it to something else because I didn't really like it. I would have, I did, because I was angry. And I had another way to put it. I just said, forget about it. It's all there now. It is what it is. But I still want to deal with the men on this one. I want to talk to men that have different perspective of, us in the room, and try to reason to get them to understand, like, where we're coming from and what needs to change. And you cannot, give me Matthew 9. Like 10.
The book of Matthew, chapter 9 and verse 10. And it came to pass, as Jesus sat at meat in the house, behold, many publicans and sinners came and sat down with him and his disciples. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto his disciples, why eateth your master with publicans and sinners? But when Jesus heard that, he said unto them, They that be whole need not a physician.
So this is the reason of the topic. Those that are, we're not looking for those that are already in the truth, hard to understand. All right, we looking for the brothers and sisters. That's what I'm saying. Where are the men? Okay, where are the men? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna Christ? The Lord asked. Let me hold that. We'll come back here. Psalms 94:16. The Lord had to say, he said the same thing.
But in Psalms chapter 94 and verse 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
It's the same thing. It's the same burden. Like, where are y'all? Like, what are y'all doing? Wake up. Golly. Do you see what's going on around you? Okay.
The book of Matthew, chapter 9 and verse 12. But when Jesus heard that, he said unto them, they that be whole need not a physician, but they that are sick.
They are sick. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for those that are sick. Those boys that trapped in the men's bodies. That's sickness. That's sickness. For a man to lay down with a woman and then go lay down with another woman and then go lay down with another woman and then that's sickness. You said yourself. They call it men that move like boys. That means they sick and sleep. So I'm calling them, hoping they come in so I can wake them up.
But go ye and learn what that meaneth. I will have mercy and not sacrifice. For I am not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance.
Where are the men? That's what this is about. Men are the ones that run the nation, not women. So somebody got to say it. Nobody has to say that. I know it's a hold on. Yeah. What verse you at?
Verse 13.
Finish it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Jump down to verse 35.
Verse 35. And Jesus went about all the cities and villages, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every sickness and every disease among the people. But when he saw the multitude, he was moved with compassion on them.
See? Hold on. He was moved with compassion on them. That's how, like, when I see these, I have compassion, bro. When I look at my people, when I go out and I go teach, I have compassion. I don't say, well, yeah, I'll say the things that's happening to us, and I'll bring out the reasons, but yet my compassion is there. It's still love out of love. It ain't just go hell with it.
Fuck love, nigga. Get some money.
Where you from? Where you from?
Get a little bored, man.
God, bro. Read.
Verse 35. And Jesus went about all the cities and villages, teaching in their synagogues and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every sickness and every disease among the people. But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they fainted.
They what?
They fainted.
Like you said, brother, the men gave up. You said it out of your voice. You said it out of your mouth. Where he at? He gone. But he said it. We tired, man. We don't even care about him no more. Let them die. That's what they want. I'll be damned. As long as I got breath in my nostrils, I ain't giving up on my people. I ain't giving up on them. Read.
And were scattered abroad as having no shepherd.
Have no shepherd. Look at that video. There ain't no shepherd. Nobody see them. Where are the men? Our people have no shepherds. They need men. Read it again.
But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they fainted and were scattered abroad as sheep having no shepherd. Then saith he unto his disciples, the harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few.
Where are the men? We got all this work. Where are the men? That's what this is about. That's why I'm saying that. Read.
Pray ye therefore the Lord of the harvest, that he will send forth laborers unto his harvest.
That's what we're praying for, laborers. We're praying for men to come in to help fight.
That's right. Hey. Absolutely right, King. Yeah, absolutely right. Hey, just and let's see what we got. We got God's child. God's child. What's your thoughts on the subject? And God's child is now gone. Okay.
He was scoffed, he was praised. He said he had a mouth.
Oh, really?
Yep. He was a keyboard prophet.
Okay.
Yeah, don't move. I'll move him out of the room. I got him out of here, man. Yeah, I called him up. And this is what I'm saying. He talking that stuff, but I called him up on stage. I'm here. I'm here for any one of you weak niggas to come stand up. How can you talk against this? How can you be against this? So I called him up here. I seen that what he put. So I called him on stage. He wouldn't open his mic though. He gonna talk, man. I tell you, boy.
Yeah, it's like that. They the problem. You know, they almost definitely the problem because try to bring a solution. They always want to be the damn crab in a barrel. Like you said, how can you talk on a situation like that where you trying to change the murder, the crime in the community? You gonna say you ain't got no knowledge? The laws of God is the knowledge, but they ain't doing nothing to help their people.
The action, the brother said something. He said that we crying or wilding. I can't remember exactly what he said because I wasn't, I was close to my phone. Was doing something, but he said we whining or wilding about this 50-year-old boy. Yes, I am. And then he followed up and said, it always happens. And I said that earlier. This is the nation. This is like, it's like it happened already. So hell with him. That's what happened. And this, I hate that, man. It's the next story. Moving on to the next story.
Yeah, listen. If that was his son, his nephew, his brother, grandkid, he gonna be saying that BS. We'll not be saying that at all. If it was a white man that killed, he wouldn't be saying that. Black people only get mad when a black person's dead if a white person killed. That's it. But we ain't got the same damn anger when somebody of our own killed each other, man. This stuff got to stop. You know what I'm saying? It started, like you said, man, it started with the man. We can't point the finger at the women. We supposed to be the damn leaders to come make the change. Every nation of people, the damn man is the leader. They the problem solvers, not the woman. So we gotta, damn what they think, we gotta come back and take over, take rule.
But actually, you can't say we don't get on the women. We be getting on them in the head. We be getting on the women. We be getting on their ass all the time.
For real.
We be on them, bruh. You can't say we don't get on them. Bruh. We be getting on these women, bruh. You can't say that. Nobody can't say we don't get on the women. Nobody can't say that. Nah, bruh. Where you men at, bruh? Where y'all at? What are y'all gonna do? When y'all gonna stand up? When y'all gonna stand up? You know how to stand up? Keep God's commandments. Stop
Back
playing
there?
with women.
This one?
Please. Give me
turn.
No, it's okay.
Romans.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Come on, man. Give me Hebrews 13:4.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 13 and verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. But whoremongers and adulterers, God will judge.
You see that? Yeah. And that's this judgment, this is a part of this. So what I'm saying is marriage. Start to marriage. You got to heal yourself. You got to repent. You got to change. And you know what I don't like? You know what I don't like? When people do not listen. this happens, right? You'll tell, you know, you'll give a brother or a sister counsel, and he don't listen. And then now you see them suffering for their actions. And you gotta watch them suffer because, you know, there's nothing you can do. It's like they took a bath in gasoline.
Damn.
They took a bath in gasoline, and you told them, hey, look, you gotta wash that off you, get it off, you know. But you don't listen, you go outside anyway. They got the fire at, where they got the fire at, you just walk right into it. Your ass just light up. No matter how you roll, you know, we can put it out. But if we do put it out, there's a lot of damage being done in the process of putting it out. But sometimes you can't put it out. You just burn it there. You know, it's like it's like you trying to get somebody out of a burning car. You can't even bust the windows. You don't have nothing to bust the windows with. You just got to sit there and watch, and you like, and they screaming and yelling, and you cannot do anything about it. You trying, you know. It's almost like you can, you know. It's like, I don't know, man. It's like you in a situation to where you just, this person didn't listen, put themselves in this predicament, and you gotta, it's nothing you can do for them. What we gonna do, y'all? What we gonna do? We gonna keep it going? We gonna keep the hatred going? We gonna keep it up? We gonna just allow these people to walk the street, not call the police? Okay, then. Tomorrow it'll be your child. Tomorrow it'll be your cousin, your uncle, your daddy. Tomorrow it will be you. Just keep letting it happen. Just keep letting it happen. Oh, man.
But man, you know what's crazy is like we always talk about, you know, we calling young niggas YNs. Like I said, they don't got no damn guidance. They don't have no guidance. Like the older brothers, like people afraid to say stuff to them. But I'm telling you straight up, I'd rather deal with a YN with an AR on his lap and an AK, you know what I'm saying, to deal with them in the streets than a so-called Christian, because like them youth, with the same one that's scrapped up, they the most of the time they the one with listening. You start bringing out the scriptures that, you know what I'm saying, that God chose people, the Israelites, Christ, you know, so they look like Christ. Most of the time, them brothers start to change their mind. Now, some of, you know, when everybody over, but how they gonna hear it if nobody never try to show them who they are? You gotta try. That's our job to do. But they're here for a bear. But a lot of times we run into them youth, the same ones that people just discredit, like they'll never amount to ish. They're the one that was actually received the word of God. Because we was all in that state of mind at one point. We all hated one another at one time. You know what I'm saying? YN's been around forever. Tupac had a song called Young Niggas. So that'll never change. But the difference is you had men that wasn't afraid to correct the youth back in the day. But now these young men, or these older men, they're afraid. Man, they ain't gonna say nothing to him. It ain't my business. It's your business. We got the damn mentality, no man can judge you. You know what I'm saying? So unless we come back and establish judgment in our communities, the same thing can continue to happen. Over to the man rise up like the scripture commands to do. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all brothers gotta get them down video games. Stop making sports show yo God and teach these young men. So that's the good. Hey, give me Proverbs 8:4. Get that real quick. A lot of people, man. It's crazy. It's a sad state to be in. You're trying to stir up the spirits of the man. You understand? Even the young brothers been brought, the older man been broken down to nothing. They go through the same cycle these young men go through. They feel like they ain't shit. So if they feel like they ain't shit, they gonna teach the kids they ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? So the word of God cure all of that. If they listen and apply to their lives. Go ahead.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 8 and verse 4. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of man.
Hey, this is why King got this room like that. What a man that God said he called him to the man. The man or the leaders. The man got to step up. Yeah, you don't know women all the time, but at the end of the day, the men are the solution. The men are the problem solvers. Unless we come back in our rightful role, it's gonna get worse and worse. We can't lie to these women. You know what I'm saying? We can't be pouring out our sisters, not marrying them, and leaving them single parent households. It's our fault too. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you can't control your pecker. You're gonna make babies all over the place and not marry this woman because you horny and hard up. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta realize that marriage is honorable. We gotta come back to the laws of God, and it starts with us. Get that 2 Ezra 14. We gotta set our house in order. We gotta get ourselves right first.
The book of 2 Ezra, chapter 14 and verse 13. Now therefore, set thine house in order.
So the scriptures say it starts with us. We have to take self-accountability, self-examination, and we have to set our house in order. We gotta get ourselves right, you know?
And reprove thy people.
And then, once we get our minds right, with the word of God, then we gotta reprove our people. That means, guess what? You can't be afraid if, well, he's a young nigga. A nigga might shoot me if I tell him to not do this. Man, give a damn with that. God says, if you love your people, you're gonna correct them. I don't care if you old or young. Nobody's too old or young to receive the correction of God. Come on.
Comfort such of them as be in trouble.
Because they're like, hey, guess what? Our kids are in trouble. These youth are in trouble. They fatherless. But you know, a lot of these kids, they want fathers, they crave attention from man. So yeah, the so-called OGs are teaching them the wrong ways to go. But if you saying that you a good man, where are you at trying to instill the values of these two young men? It's crazy. They in trouble. We gotta comfort them with the fact who they are as a people. You know what I'm saying? The lost God. And the fact that knowledge that Christ died for you and you received the kingdom of heaven, man, hey, that changed your whole perspective of life. It changed mine. It changed everybody, you know what I'm saying, that joined the truth. You know what I'm saying? Lives. Because we've been taught that we weren't nothing. We been taught they was niggas. So if I'm a nigga, my brother's a nigga. And I ain't got no problem shooting a nigga because I hate myself. But that white man, oh, it's God. I love him. But we got to teach our kids the truth. We got to comfort those that's in trouble. We in trouble, man. Kids steady dying, steady going to prison. You know what the scriptures say? Our sons have fainted. So it's up to the man to come back and bring them back to remembrance. They the best people on earth. They God's chosen people. They ain't meant to be killing each other. They ain't meant to be selling drugs. They ain't meant to be robbing and being whoremongers. They are the sons of God. So we got to teach that to our people.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. You know, you said something that made me think of. Also, it goes back into what the brother was saying, and we still have to go to the men. We have to reach out. We have to reach our men because the men are the leaders. But how the men are going to be able to realize and wake up who they are, wake up to who they are? You know, how those young men that are walking around with the, you know what I'm saying, with the AKs, you know what I'm saying, in their lap and everything, who are more apt to listen because they're tired of that, you know what I'm saying, that BS that they're hearing out there in the, you know what I'm saying, in Christianity. You know, they need that glass of fresh water, the cool drink of water, right? But something has to happen. Let me get that in Romans 10 and 14.
Before you get that, do we got any new people on stage or no?
No, sir.
Okay. Before you get there, I got Action said something about YN. Did you say something about YN?
Yes, sir. YN.
Okay. There's this YN. I was talking to a brother. Can't remember what we was talking about. And I'm about they taking pride in being called a YN. Did y'all know that? They're like, I'm a YN. Don't you know what to do to you? I'm like, what? That's that's like sir, that's a diss to you. It's not a good thing. You called a YN. I hope you know that. It's a diss. Crazy, bro. It's insane how we look at things. But all right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you can get that Romans 10 and 14.
Book of Romans, chapter 10 and verse 14. How then shall they call on in whom they have not believed?
Because, you know what I'm saying, you gotta realize the Christian, you know what I'm saying, in these churches, Christianity, you know, a lot of people don't believe in God anymore. They don't believe in Christ, and they can't believe in the one that the real Christ, the true Christ, because the image that they have in his head is a false image. Keep reading.
And how shall they believe in him of whom they have not heard?
And they can't believe in somebody who they never even heard of. They don't know that Christ looks like that. They don't know that the apostles and the disciples look like that. They don't know that our forefathers, Adam and Eve, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you know, King Solomon, Job, you know, they don't know that they look like that. Their image that they have in their mind is, it's a white man's book. You know? Keep reading.
And how shall they hear without a preacher?
How they go to hear without a preacher? For the brother to say that, you know, and I do remember the brother saying that, you know, proud about this one little boy that, you know what I'm saying, who got shot. You know what I mean? And this, that, and the third. I remember hearing him say that. I do. But you know what? We got to start somewhere. But this ain't the only one that we talked about. We talked about Ahmaud Arbery. We talked about
we still
Howard Sterling.
Still do.
I'm sorry?
I said we still do. We still bring up his names in the classes. We still bring up those names in classes to this day.
Yes, sir.
Bishop, when he bring our class, he mentioned their names. We don't forget. Not the Israelites, not the ones who care about the people, commandment keepers. We still say their names. And the whole world forgot about them, not us.
Right. That's right. So, read that last part again.
And how should they hear without a preacher?
How they going to hear without a preacher? The preachers they gotta be woken up. They have to be awakened. I wouldn't have been one of the preachers had I not been awakened. Neither would have King, neither would have Action, or any of the other leaders. I remember bishops. So how is he going to hear without a teacher? Somebody had to teach him. We had to be taught. So that way we have to go out, us men, and preach. That's what we got to do. Keep reading.
And how should they preach except they be sent?
How they going to preach except they be sent? Guess who sent us? The Lord. He said to go out to the highways and the hedges and to teach his people, to wake them up and to compel them to come in that his house may be filled. This is what the Lord has told us to do. And guess who we have to go to? We got to go to the men. We got to teach the men. Yes, that's what we have to do. Are we saying the women are not important? No, we're not saying that. But God said that the leaders of his flock are the men. Keep reading.
As it is written, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace.
How beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace. You know what? My life has never been more peaceful. Yeah, it's hectic, which it was before. But peaceful? You know why it's peaceful? Because I don't have to worry about the things that I was doing, looking over my shoulder. You know what I'm saying? Worried about somebody coming and robbing me because of the type of stuff that I'm doing, or not even worried about the people coming around me or getting caught by the police. I don't have to try to hide my phone. You know what I'm saying? Keep my phone locked. I don't have to, you know what I'm saying? Try to, you know what I'm saying, make up excuses or lie about where I'm going. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, sneak off and be this whoremonger. My life is a hell of a lot more peaceful now. Finish that out.
And bring great tidings of good things.
And bring glad tidings of good things. We're bringing those glad tidings of good things to our people. That understanding. We're bringing that peace. That same peace that I received, we're bringing that same peace to our people. Those glad tidings, the understanding to know that they are the ones that have the opportunity for everlasting life. They are not Gentiles. These are the things. These are the things that, you know what I'm saying? And so I had to mention that because, you know what I'm saying, Action said that, you know what I'm saying, we go out and we teach our people how they go in here. If we don't go out and teach it, so, you know, I thought about the scripture and I had to bring it out. You know, so, hey, all praise to the Lord. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, hey, look, brothers and sisters, if you haven't shared the room, share the room. I know it's late, but we still got people that are night owls that are still up, that are, you know what I'm saying, scrolling through Facebook, scrolling through X, wherever other platform you can share this this room too. You know, share with your friends and family, those that you know that are up in different parts of the country, in different parts of the world. All right. Also, don't forget to follow the moderators and join the room. Join the room. You know, follow the moderators, that way we'll know when this room is open. Okay. And also make sure that you, if you want to learn more, you send an email to biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right. And if you want to learn more, and you would like to go to one of our learning, you can also email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right. So, brothers and sisters, raise your hand, come up, give your thoughts on the topic. We definitely want to hear from you. You know, we want to know. And what makes it even more interesting, if you feel like that is not the men, you know what I'm saying, that the men should, you know, it's not their responsibility, then come on, talk about it. Maybe you can convince us to give us the understanding of, okay, why it's not the men's responsibility. We want to know. All right? At the topic of the road, 15-year-old dead in park. Where were the men? If you are not familiar with what happened, this happened in Queens, right? In New York last Thursday. All right, you can click the link. This is a video that somebody took with their phone, showing the incident of the young man getting beat up prior to his demise. You know, and we're talking about it. Yes, we are talking about it. Though, guess what? Axel just spoke about a situation where his brother, what would you say, Axel? You said he killed his kids, and now he's on the run or something like that?
Yeah, he killed 8 people. Killed 7 of his children, and one of his kids' cousins. They was all kids from like 14 months, like 14 years old. He shot his kid's mother in the head, his current girlfriend in the head, and he carjacked somebody. Then he fled to Bossier City, where he got in the shootout and the police killed him. You know, so it's crazy, man. And the thing about it, man, if you go to his Facebook profile, he just said took his kids to church on Easter Sunday. It's crazy. Oh man, it made national news where you had so many news channels dying up, like CNN, Times, you know, you had Michigan News. It's a lot, man. It's a lot down there. It's crazy, but I guarantee you, this man think he could take the lives of his kids and still go to hell. You know what I'm saying? Because he talking about God on his Facebook page. Because the truth not being taught. You know, man, my people be wicked. The pastor give a eulogy. I know he's in heaven. He got saved with the ancient sticks. He's in the bosom of Abraham. Nah, man, stop. Hey, we gonna keep it real. You ain't going. They would not be going to heaven. And the mentality of our people got to stop. Our people have to talk the truth. You know, like I said, we got to show an example to people. But whether I hear it from there, you know, of course, everybody don't hear the word of God. But that's the solution. That's the medicine that people need. You know what I'm saying? All medicine don't taste good, but that's the medicine that people need. Right?
He's going to be received in the arms of Jesus. But when Jesus rose on Resurrection Sunday, you know, and I brought that up in regards to the fact that, okay, we're talking about this situation right now. This is what was put on the Spirit of King for us to talk about. Just, actually, no, it was one day last week. This guy I think he was in Virginia, he also, I think he killed his wife and his son and the kids, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not exactly sure the details, but there's a lot of death that's going on. He was a congressman, if I'm not mistaken. Something to that effect. You know? And I mean, it's like Q said, and I said earlier, he blamed Christianity. I should just talk about how the brother had on his Facebook page, they had just went on Easter and celebrated Easter. What was that goddamn Easter bunny at? When, you know what I'm saying, he decided to harm his kids and their mother, you know what I'm saying, and the woman that he was dealing with. What was honorable, you know what I'm saying, marriage is honorable. You know, where was Caesar Borgia in his mind during that time? Where was it?
Sorry about that.
But now we got, how many people you said? 9 people? 9 people?
Yeah, it was 8 deals, and I think like 10 other people got shot.
So all of these people were either dead or injured.
Yeah. This is very critical. This is a bullet. They took your head, man. Most shot dead. It was crazy. Then, like, after he did it, he ran and carjacked somebody, man. It's crazy, man. Like, I blame Christianity. You go to church. These people, you know what I'm saying, they be murderers, they be thieves, you know what I'm saying? Like, they think they're good with God. I started with the type of system. I shared a personal relationship. Like, well, I can play the gospel music, the comfort out. This not gonna bring no comfort. Stupid gospel music. They ain't doing a damn thing about it. They've been hearing it all the time. They ain't made a difference. So obviously it's not working.
Oh, it gotta work. There's a leak in this old building. Yeah. There's a leak in this old building. I got to move. Yeah. I got to move.
Yeah, man, like you said, it's a lot of different ones. Sister Kai gave it us with after said, like tears saying that something about that a nice street man left the house with a gun, man. They found somebody at the park Saturday morning. Overnight.
Oh, mother. And you know, it's amazing. It's amazing how people are there. And it's our people. It's our people. You know, let's see, did somebody come up? Makaya, did you come up to read? You the new reader?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Shalom, what's on Christ bless you? How you doing, Joe?
Hey, shalom, what's on Christ bless you? I'm good.
Happy feast.
Hey, happy feast.
So, hey, let me get that First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 43. Because I got to go back to, you know, the fact that, you know, he asks, where are the men? It is a valid question, you know, because our men have, our older generation, they failed us. I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you. Now, y'all have heard my story before. And if you haven't, Here you go. I remember my father and my uncles and my older cousins and everybody. They groomed me to be a whoremonger. I was groomed to be a whoremonger. You know what I'm saying? Our older generation didn't teach us to keep the commandments of the Lord. They didn't. Then when my father died, I was under my mother. You know what I mean? Fortunately, I had family that, you know what I'm saying, helped to keep me in line, helped, you know what I'm saying, keep my mind and my head straight in the right direction. Well, for the most part, you know what I'm saying, to stay out of trouble, major trouble. You know what I mean? I put it like that. But see, that's the thing. I didn't have those.
You good right here, man?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You know what I mean? And not having those examples, I mean, it's like, hey, you're good. But our forefathers, they knew that our people needed an example. Our forefathers knew that we needed to guide and teach our people and give them the right direction and guidance. Read that scripture.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 43. They said one to another, let us restore the decayed estate of our people, and let us fight for our people and the sanctuary.
Let us restore the decayed estate of our people. Because our forefathers knew our people was not right. So we have to restore the decayed state of their minds. We have to be, we gotta be the people that they look up to. We gotta be those ones that they look up to. We have to be those ones that it's like, okay, damn. This is how I'm supposed to do this? Yes, this is how you do this. Because I mean, I was 39, I was 40 when I learned shit. You know what I'm saying? I actually had to realize that I was a grown boy. Still, that I was a grown boy. That's who I was. Until I realized, First Kings chapter 2, start of verse 1. Until I realized that, it's like, wow, I didn't know. I just didn't, I didn't know that I thought I was a man. I thought because I paid bills, you know, I was living on my own. You know, I thought like, I'm a man. I got that. You know what I'm saying? I got hair on my chest. You know what I mean? Got my mustache. You know what I mean? I can make a baby. Oh yeah, I'm good. Nah, this is what I found out.
The book of First Kings, chapter 2, verse 1. Now the days of David drew nigh that he should die. And he charged Solomon his son, saying, I go the way of all the earth. Be thou strong therefore, and show thyself a man.
So right here, King David was telling his son, son, I'm about to die, son. But this is what I need for you to do. this is what I use to understand something. In my past, I still need you to throw yourself in there. Now, when David is going to explain to him how he's going to do that.
And keep the charge of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes and his commandments, and his judgments and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and whithersoever thou turnest thyself.
So, son, keep the commandments of the Lord at all times. You keep the commandments of the Lord, it's going to show you how to do it. That's going to make you obey. You see, I don't know.
Just now, I was telling him, I was like, man, bro, I didn't know. I said, I was looking like I was ready. I said, wrong boy. I said, man, like the truth, I make you realize you don't know that you're a evil boy. You know what I'm saying? In the grown man's body until you come to the truth. So, I was like, bro, I was like, man, I was addicted to cussing people out on bad. I was like, I think I can play this shit. I can like 30 or 40. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, man, you know, you're a sports fanatic. You're a learning church, Catholic, my auntie. I like this crazy. You know what I'm saying? You brought the baby mode. You know what I'm saying? You boy, so, but you know what I'm saying? Only of those you're a big thing. But until you finish, that's God, yeah. You have to finish, though. But man, it's funny what you said, bro. Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? You ain't the best of God. God said, this mentality of our men today is why it's in disarray. Ain't the correction going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, young kids, I like teach their kids sports, football, be a homework, like you said, like the same thing happened. Like, man, they ain't never say wait to marriage, but how to be a homework. They got us. So you gotta come back and say, yeah, something, something. Like, like, you know, it's a lot of young brothers. Show an example to our because their hearts depend on us. So their minds depend on us. Whether they walk right or wrong, they depend on us. They ain't been taught the truth, like you been saying. How they gonna know? How they gonna know they ain't living right? How they gonna know that? How they not gonna know they ain't going to ground? How they not gonna know that it's a better way of life than how they live? If nobody never tell them. So they have to see it as something positive. Because we know the word. They give them the bad role models like the rappers, like our penalties on the back. But it's up to us as men to give a positive example to our children and to our brothers. So we got to do it. We got to take it to heart. Is it? And the sanctuary, and the house, and the altar rest upon us. If it rests on the shoulders of men, man to show another man how to become a real man of God. It is what it is. Each one teaches. No shame. You know, and then you got sisters. You know what I'm saying? All the sisters that teach the other sisters how to be others because it's not that. You know what I'm saying? Like that brought down low as well. But the Bible takes all of it.
It's crazy, man. It just, man. And with me, you know, I was being taught not just to, you know what I'm saying, to deal with different women, but to have multiple women. Yeah, you gotta have multiple, you know. Tell you, it's sickening, man. It's sickening. And you know what's funny? Actually, what's crazy is I had nothing but daughters prior to. It's true. Nothing but daughters. And when I was able to finally have a son in this truth, I was in this truth. I thought about it. Now, it could very well be the case. It could very well not be the case. But this is how I'm seeing it. The Most High will not allow me to bring another young man in this world and teach him the same things that I was taught. He was not going to allow me to have a son and make him, you know what I'm saying, keep that cycle going. Son, you gotta do the, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, you gotta have a girl over here, you gotta have a girl over there, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. It's oh man, I'm definitely thankful because I just saw on Facebook, you was talking about how these young men are amazed to see young men their age in this truth, being that example, seeing that it can be done. I just saw on Facebook today, Deacon Abiyah's son was out in South Africa and teaching the word, man, to other young men his age. For them to be able to see that, to be that example, and our young men to see that. And when I showed it to my son, he was excited because he was like, yeah, Dad, I saw that. I saw that earlier today. He was bringing it out and he was excited. Because he wants to be that example of the young men. He wants to be a prophet of the Lord. I mean, what's funny is, so when he reads in class for school, right? He reads like like he's reading the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. Like his mother just told him, like, son, you can't read like that. You have to read like this. For myself, I have a problem with it because, like, you know, so when he reads his Bible, he just reads strong. You know what I mean? He's not reading. And in the beginning, God created the heaven. No. No. Israel is reading strong and loud. And he's trying to make sure he puts emphasis on key words. He's 7 years old. He got a way to go. But all praise to the Lord. All praise. And I thank the Lord for allowing me to be able to teach my son, you know what I'm saying, righteousness and not that foolishness that I was taught. You know? And that goes back into the topic. These same little YNs that killed this young boy, this young man, that's what they was taught. When you think they learned it from? Of the niggas. That's where they learned it from. That's exactly where they learned it from. So, man, let me get off my soapbox and get into the scriptures.
I think that you got a brother.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Jesus Rodriguez.
Sir, how you guys doing?
Doing all right. How you doing?
I had got it earlier, and I accepted it. Then I just kind of thought about it. What am I going to say? I kind of want to have some substance. So I just sat back and listened. So I was ready to actually say something. But I mean, I saw the video. It was heartbreaking to see a tragedy like that. And after that, sad. It made me angry. Like I was just like, God damn it. That shit, I feel like it should piss a lot of men off just to see that. And I mean, I too ask myself, like, where are the men? Where are the so, being guiding these kids? And honestly, that's kind of where I was like, all right, you just sit back and just soak up this knowledge that prophets are giving out.
Yeah. Thank you for your thoughts, man. It is tragic. It is tragic. You know, Jesus, where you from, man? Where you from?
I'm from the Bay Area. Just want to shout out Joshua from Sacramento School. Well, pretty much the one who kind of introduced me into the scriptures. Not just listening to anybody talk about God. Try to listen to the one that I speaking from the Bible. So I was drawn and attracted to that, and I've been kind of listening ever since. I don't congregate. I know it's a major part, but I do listen, and I did see that. I think out with Deacon IBS son. He was like, in the streets, telling somebody else, like, "Yo, man, this is you. You think you should be living in these conditions with garbage and shit all over the place?" Shit, but he's like, there's garbage out here. You think that's what we need? And I just seen him doing that. I'm like, damn, that's a young man right there. And that's basically what we're the men at. Hey, the men gotta be teaching their sons. Like me, I always teach my son, like, keep God first. Don't lie. Don't steal. Don't take nothing you didn't work for. I always try to keep him on the right path. I always try to keep God in his heart, in his mind all the time.
Okay. All right. So, I noticed you said you know the congregation is important and everything, and you were into church. How long have you known about this truth?
To be honest, I've known about IUIC since about 2000, like 2017, 2018. You know, and to be honest, at first, you know, I kind of would fight it a bit more, like, you know, oh, but what about this? What about that? What about this? You know, but eventually, I just, you know, I would listen to the classes, watch the classes, and I just get drawn to it, and I really appreciate it. You know, and there's some classes where I just don't understand and I don't really get it, and then there's other classes where it's like I just go through the whole thing and I just because it's maybe related to something I'm going through. You know, I'm more drawn to it. You know.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been knowing about it since about what 2017, 2018 maybe.
Okay. So, what is it that needs to be done in order to get you to start congregating on a full-time basis?
I just when I'm in here, I'm like, I feel like, you know, I don't want to give bullshit answers, you know. Honestly, it's the commitment, you know, just being 100%, 100% in, you know, like the word says, you know, God doesn't want to. God would rather have you pick a side than be lukewarm, right? And obviously, I know that if I'm keeping it real, I'm being lukewarm, and I don't like it. My conscience fights with me about a lot of things, a lot of different things. I try to keep the commandments to the best of my ability, you know. And I think being a father, back to the subject, is kind of, you know, teaching my sons to keep the commandments and to be, you know, righteous men. I feel like it's easy to get off subject, you know. My mind goes into so many different places, and I noticed that for a lot of different people as well. But I mean, we were saying, what do you need to start congregating? Well, I think commitment, to be 100% full-fledged in it.
Mm-hmm. So, you said you want your son to keep the commandments, right?
Yes, sir.
So, how is he going to know that he's supposed to do the commandments for real?
How's he supposed to know is if I'm in his life and I kind of let him know, you know, God commands us, you know. You gotta have different, you know, girls and this and that. You gotta have one for every day of the week. And it's like I like recently I tell my son, like, man, you don't need a girlfriend, especially, you know, while you're going through school. You know, what are you gonna look like, you know, on Valentine's Day asking me for money to go buy her a gift? Or when it's her birthday, you wanna come ask me for money so you could buy her a gift. When it's Christmas, I said, man, that's a headache you don't want. You don't even need to be worrying about none of that. I'm always like telling them things like that. Like, man, don't even worry about girls. Like, that's the last thing. You just need to, focus on, building a foundation for your life.
So, Jesus, this is what I want you to listen to. Let's listen to the Bible, okay? Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 7.
The book of Deuteronomy.
No.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 7. And thou shalt teach them diligently.
Smartphone.
Yeah. I remember my parents telling me I couldn't do stuff, but I did it anyway. Because I followed after their example. That's what I did. I followed after their example. They set the example, I followed that. They said not to do it though. But their example told me something different. So I followed what they showed me.
Teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up.
So you have to teach them diligently. So if you're teaching all the way out there in Scotland, I gotta go to Scotland, man. Man, I gotta go out there, man. Thank you. He put the definition of diligent in the comments. Could you read that definition for me, please?
Yes, sir. Diligently. Diligently means performing tasks with careful, thorough, and persistent effort.
Careful, thorough, and persistent effort. So if you're going to teach your son the commandments, right? So, Exodus 20 and verse 8. So you're teaching your son, matter of fact, start at verse 7. I think so.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 11.
No, not 11. 12.
Verse 12. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Oh, right here, you might tell your son, I remember my mother instilling this in me as a child. Honor thy father and thy mother. One of the things I did learn from my mother, she honored her father. She did. She did honor her father. Especially when her father He ended up having a stroke, and he was staying with one of her siblings. He ended up coming to stay with us, right? So she did, you know, her father. She took care of him in his old age. You know, we can read about scriptures like that. You know what I'm saying? To watch out for you. And when their mind fails them and everything, we can read about that stuff in the scriptures. She did that. And when she got, you know what I'm saying, as she got older, you know what I mean, I made sure that I honored her to the best of my ability, according to what I thought honoring your parent was, according to, you know, Christianity. Right? This is what you're teaching your son. These are the examples that you're teaching your son. Right? Now, I'm read the next verse.
Verse 13, thou shalt not kill.
So you're teaching your son, you tell your son, thou shalt not kill. Read the next verse.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
You just mentioned about how you was telling your son about Valentine's Day and girls and stuff like this. Yeah, you told him. But what is the world going to teach him? Because he's going to follow the example that he sees. And the example that seems more fun. But what you have to do is read verse 8, please.
Verse 8. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let's read that again.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
God said that you're teaching him parts, or trying to teach him parts of the Ten Commandments. But God is telling you to remember the Sabbath day and to keep it holy. My brother Jesus, you have to teach that to your son as well. You have to teach that to him. Because if you don't, he's going to die. How do you keep the Sabbath day holy, Jesus?
Where it starts at Friday night when the sun goes down. That's when the Sabbath starts. We try not to, if possible, no work. We don't eat foreign food. We don't buy or sell.
So you said we try not to work.
Well, yeah, so you're not supposed to work. That's a fact, right? But like I said, there's been times where in the past years, where I've worked on with mess with my conscience and things like that. But yeah, so it's not try not to work. You don't work on Sabbath, right?
But he's seeing you do it though, right?
Not like probably a couple years. He hasn't seen me do it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But he knows that that's something that knowing anything about this truth. But
I don't want you to lose, get, you know what I'm saying? Don't lose your train of thought. All right? So, how do we keep the Sabbath day holy? You mentioned not working. You mentioned that the Sabbath day is from sundown to sundown. You also mentioned not to cook, or no, you didn't say not to cook. You said warm food. Okay, and you mentioned about not buying on the Sabbath. Do on the Sabbath.
Congregate. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 7.
Teach them diligently unto thy children. This is what you have to do, my brother. All right? I'm not gonna beat you upside the head with it, but I am going to let you know the importance of it. Sirach chapter 5 and verse 7. Because over time, what you're going to do is each week there's going to be an excuse on why you can't go. You don't feel like going. Or, you know what we're going to do is we're going to stay home and we're going to honor the Sabbath day. We're going to watch the Sabbath day class at home, and we're going to do it like this. This is how we're going to do it, which is it's just extremely contrary to what the Bible actually teaches us. It's in contrary to what God is instructing us to do. And so over time, what's going to happen, Jesus? You're going to, when Jacob's trouble comes, you're going to get caught out there. And you're going to be trying to call brothers and be like, hey, God. And brothers are going to be like, yo, we don't know each other. But yo, I've been knowing about the truth since 2017, and I follow YUIC. I watch. Nah, see, I know him. And this is what's going to happen. Read that.
The book of Sirach, chapter 5 and verse 7. Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord, and
Don't wait to turn to the Lord. Come on.
And put not off from day to day.
And don't put it off. Don't say, well, you know what, I'm gonna wait till I.
Hi.
Oh yeah, assalamu alaikum. I'm the pickup.
Okay.
Just gotta close the garage real quick and be good.
Copy that. All right. Passaic Avenue's that way, right?
Passaic, yes.
Okay. We going to Newark, so I should go to 21, right?
Newark 21. Yeah.
Not the right place to be, buddy. And another one. 2 more. Look at these.
Oh yeah.
This is not good.
Yeah, everybody's in a rush.
To race to the light.
Yeah. Born and raised here in New York and New Jersey.
Yes, sir.
This is my second time I'm going to LA, California, to do some work.
Kind of work.
Low voltage.
Electrical work.
Electrical work, yeah. People are more relaxed. They have not traffic too. They have crazy traffic. But here, I saw the difference. I went to LA, Boston, Mexico, DR. You see people are more chill. Even Mexico and DR, even Egypt. I'm originally from Egypt. People are suffering, but they're more chill. Here, more aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, Jersey, we're a different.
Yeah.
We're a different class, even more so than New York.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If the United States is the Babylonian Empire, then New York City is Babylon herself.
I agree with that.
But if New York City is Babylon, then we're Nineveh. So, and I hope we're not as bad as Nineveh, but yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure.
That's terrible. He said, "Yeah, pretty sure you are, fucker." And then it was terrible.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Now we have everything left and right. Now we have no borders.
Yeah, which is it's catch-22 because there've always been borders, from the beginning.
Yeah.
The Creator gave everyone their inheritance. Their inheritance was their land. And it had to have borders. If it was their land, right?
Yeah.
So you weren't able to just go, hey, I'm here.
You have to have some rules and regulations.
Yeah, the problem is that man decided to make his own rules and abandon God's rules.
Absolutely, 100% agree. This is why you asked me, is it worse? I told you it's way worse than if you look at the inner scripture, you will see that each time bad people came, or some sort of a disaster that wiped, like Noah's Ark, for example, and the flood, and throughout all the scriptures, you'll see that each one of them, or each civilization or era, or like you said, an empire, was big on one or two things. Now we have all of them.
Yeah. Well, the script, and I'm paraphrasing, as in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man, where everything that was happening in the time of Noah is happening now.
Absolutely.
And then if you recall in scripture, it says that every thought of man in the time of Noah was evil and wicked. That every thought of every man, with the exception of Noah. So if in the coming of the Son of Man, it'll be like in the days of Noah, then we are in that space where the thought of man is on evil all the time.
Absolutely.
And then the ones like people believe there are more good people on the earth than there are bad people. I disagree. I think that because scripture says 2/3 of all nations will perish.
Okay.
And we're not talking about the end. We're just talking about Megiddo, Armageddon, just the battle that, the Mashiach. 2/3 of all nations will perish. That means there's more bad people on the earth than there's good.
Yeah.
Because if 2/3, 1/3, it's only 1/3, 2/3 is more. Right. So that's more wicked than good.
But the thing is how you describe good and how you describe bad.
Well, and if you keep the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God, then you are good and righteous. If you don't, then you are evil and wicked.
Okay.
Because either you're. So one of my teachers taught me. Son of a.
Yeah.
One of my teachers taught me if you're not a follower of God, then you're a follower of Satan. There is no in between.
100%.
Right? Now there are people who don't believe that, but that's okay. They don't have to believe it. The Most High God does not need us to believe in him for him to be. Right? He doesn't need us to believe on him.
Yeah.
He is and will always be and always was. So we have a choice because he gave us a choice. This day I give you life and death. Choose life. He gave us an open book test and said, here's the answer. Choose life. Now, if we don't choose life, which is obedience, then we choose death because the wages of sin are death.
Absolutely.
So most of us on earth have chosen death and think that we know better because we're feeding into ourselves to the lowest self.
But the thing is, what I find is the hardest is how you interact with evil.
With
evil or bad, bad people, or that's 75%. Because at the end of the day, you are here for a mission.
Right.
Every single human being he should be lucky and thankful that he is chosen to be in this life and living this life at that moment that me and you speaking now. Because this is all created for a reason. This is everything that you see God in everything. You see God in his creation. So how you spread, because in the end of the day, you want to spread that goodness. You want to spread that you should be doing the right thing. And I found it the devil for what he plays the most. What he comes in and play in each single. This is his job. This is how he took Adam from heaven. Convincing him and telling him, look, I got this for you. What do you think?
Well, not him though, right? It wasn't the man that was deceived. It was the woman that was deceived.
No.
Adam knew better.
But he followed.
He followed the woman.
But he knew better.
Right. But he followed the woman. And this is what his curse was.
And as men, we should also control our desires.
Absolutely.
We should not just.
He should never follow just the woman.
And this is also one of the big conceptions. One of the big. What I see is how they played it very well, or the devil, or the higher devil that controls everything. I feel like.
Well, yeah, he's the prince of this world.
Yes, the prince of this world.
He is, right?
Has all the keys, all the controls of everything.
Absolutely. Otherwise, how could he tell Yeshua or Yahushua or the world calls Jesus or Isa or whatever we want to call him? How could he tell him, worship me and I'll give you all the kingdoms if he wasn't in charge of all the kingdoms?
Exactly.
Right? He is not an enemy of God. The Shaitan is not an enemy of God. He's an enemy of man. Yeah. He's obedient to God because you all have to be obedient to God.
Absolutely.
How can you disobey the ultimate power, the omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent power? Yeah. How do you disobey that?
100%.
So they're telling lies about Satan. Satan, but the fact is that he's the enemy of mankind. His name is the deceiver.
This is his whole job.
It's to deceive us.
Yeah.
But even in his deception, there's a layer of truth, because he can't just lie to you. Because with Eve, right? Remember, it wasn't Adam who was fooled. It was Eve. He caught her. And he said, eat of this. Do we surely die? For the Lord said so. Who said it to her? Was because God didn't speak to her. God spoke to Adam.
Right.
So when she said the Lord said so, it was her Lord, which is Adam. And she said, the Lord said, we will surely die if we eat of this. And Satan said, no, you won't die. Right? Which is the deception, because she was immortal at the time. And so was Adam. He said, you won't die. But he didn't tell her that you won't die immediately. She thought that she would die immediately. He said, no, you won't die, but you'll be awakened. Okay, no doubt. The deception came through. He lied to her, and she wanted so bad to be equal to her Lord that she allowed the enemy to deceive her. And then she deceived him. But because he didn't take accountability, right? He was punished, she was punished, and so was the agent. Everyone was punished, because instead of saying, forgive me, Lord, for I have sinned, he said, no, that woman. He said, that woman you gave me. He blamed God. He said, that woman you gave me, she did this. And then God said to her, well, what have you done? And she said, the serpent beguiled me. And then to the serpent, well, who you gonna blame? So for that, you're going to crawl on your belly and eat the dust of the earth, and you're going to suffer, and your desire will be to your man, and you will have pain in birth. Right? That's her punishment. She will bleed every month for her disobedience to her husband, because he told her, and she knew, because she said it to the agent. No, he said, eat it. She said, no, for the Lord said that we will surely die. So she knew, right? But he deceived her, she deceived him, and they all got in trouble, because instead of saying, forgive me, Lord, they blamed each other. So the reality is that in this world, right, unless we take accountability for ourselves, because I can't blame my parents for whatever I did, right? Now, there's a point that I can hold them accountable up until the age of accountability, right? But once I had the age of accountability, then it's up to me for every wrong thing that I've done. Right? And no child will be cursed for his parents' sins, and no parent will be cursed because of what his child has done. Admittedly, if we learn this truth and don't give it to our families, then we are held accountable for a certain portion of their damnation. Because how dare you not take care of your own? Because that's what that means. You know, any man who doesn't take care of his own is an infidel. What it means is any man who doesn't teach his children, his family, his wife, his children, his family, his whole family about the love and mercy of the Lord and the forgiveness and also the wrath. Because, you know, we all talk about God's love, but we don't talk about God's hate. And at a certain point, right, we got to tell the truth. God hates, right? He hates all workers of iniquity. That people say, oh, he hates the sinner. I mean, he hates the sin, but not the sinner. Well, I can show you in the Quran and in the Bible where the Most High God says, so that means if you're living in sin, God hates you. God does not love you, and he doesn't hear the prayers of sinners. You have to be living in a repentant state for the Lord to hear you. But no one is taught this, not in the masjid, not in the church, nowhere. Because all they want is control and money. That's all they want. That's all they want. So in order to keep you in perpetual darkness, because they've all sold out to the Satan. Premier or economy?
Economy.
Okay. So they've all sold out to the enemy. Every one of them. I studied Islam. I bumped my head. I call it bumping my head. I bumped my head for 30 years plus. And all I ever received from it was that there's a group of people who want to argue with another group of people about what Rasulullah taught. Right? And then another group of people want to say that the Bible is a lie, the Quran is a lie. Everybody wants to say that everybody's wrong, but no one. Right? That's exactly what it is. So hopefully, you know, we'll learn.
Yeah.
And we'll see who makes it to the kingdom or not.
Step at a time.
That's right. All right, brethren, travel safe.
Thank you. You too.
And get back home safely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Oh, son of a bitch! They need to fix these roads. God damn it! Yeah, that looks bad. going on, couple?
Well, people, I'm calling it a day. I'm about to drop the car off at the Pet Boys. Some general maintenance done, oil change, tune-ups, balance the tires. You already know the bullshit. And I'll see you all back out here later. I'm Brother Diakey. This has been New Jersey Ride. I want to thank you for riding with me. If you're at work, have a great rest of your day. Don't work too hard, but do your job. Be nice to people. You already know. Kill them with kindness, even if they're assholes. I'm not saying you got to take abuse, but trust me, if you kill them with kindness, it makes them feel like shit. And if it doesn't, fuck it. You didn't lose anything by being kind. They losers for being assholes. So do your job. And you know, do your thing. I'll see you back out here later. At some point, we got to discuss what the fuck is going on racially in this country, because the reality is that racism is alive and well. I know you people don't want to talk about it, whatever reason. You think you're chicken shit. You don't want to talk about it because you're chicken shit. But whatever your reasoning, just because you ain't talking about it don't mean it ain't real. In fact, by not talking about it, it remains very prevalent in our society. Anyway, I'll holler at you, right? About to turn into the Pet Boys. All right, people. Shalom.